session. We commit it into your hand. We pray for the spirit of wisdom and understanding. Pray for revelation knowledge. In Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. So we are looking at the concept of mentoring. Mentoring. We know that mentoring, we understand the word mentoring. To mentor, to be a mentor, to be mentored. So we have mentors, and then we have those who are mentored, or protogees, mentors, and then protogees. When you look at the epistle of Paul to Timothy, you will see the concept of mentoring or mentorship as one of the concepts that comes out clearly in these two epistles. The very first introduction, in First Timothy, Paul stated that Timothy was his son. He said, Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, by the commandment of God our Savior, and the Lord Jesus Christ our hope, to Timothy, a true son in the faith. So, first of all, it shows that the father-son relationship is a legitimate and valid concept in the New Testament. Because Paul identified Timothy as a son in the faith. Titus also, in Titus 1:4, you see Titus also, Paul referring to Titus as a true son in the faith. In Titus chapter 1 verse 4, said to Titus, a true son in our common faith. So the natural relationships, they have parallels in the spirit. So they have spiritual parallels too. In the same way that we have natural mentorship, we have spiritual mentorship also. It is a legitimate thing. In Philemon verse 10, Paul told Philemon that Onesimus has become his son. I appeal to you for my son Onesimus, whom I have begotten while in my chains. Whom I've begotten while in my chains. So Paul met Onesimus while he was in prison. And that was when he converted Onesimus. And Onesimus, became his son in a faith. So we can have just as I said that the natural has a parallel in the spiritual. It doesn't mean that everything about the natural is the same as the spiritual. In the natural, you cannot change fathers. In the natural, you can't change your father. As a biological fact, you can't change it. If your father even says that I've disowned you, biologically, that fact cannot be changed. But that is not the same in the spiritual. Then also, in the natural, you will see that you have two people giving birth to you. So you have a father and a mother to come together to give birth to you in the natural. But in the spiritual, you can have one person giving birth to you, and giving birth to you as in giving you the gospel and winning you to Christ. So in a way, you become the person's product in Christ, because he won you to Christ and he gave birth to you. Now, that one is not like the natural one where you say that it's a fact, a biological fact. There are many people who give birth, but they don't become parents. They are fathers and mothers, like they biologically they have given birth, but they don't raise. Okay, so it's not necessarily a matter of um, giving birth, but it's a matter of giving birth and then raising. It wasn't Paul who converted Timothy to the faith. When you read Acts 16, verse 1, the Bible said that when Paul went to Lystra and Derbe, he met a disciple whose name was Timothy, the son of a certain Jewish woman who believed, but his father was Greek, who was well spoken of by the brethren. So Timothy was the son of a woman who believed. Now, when Paul got to Lystra and Derbe, Timothy was already there as a disciple. Okay, so it wasn't Paul who won Timothy to the Lord. But here, Paul is saying that Timothy is my son, because at that point, for the purposes of nurturing and growth, he was raising him. He raised Timothy. Then also, the concept of fatherhood and sonship. When I say fatherhood and sonship, it is a generic term. I'm not trying to say it's males. When we say when I use the term son, I'm not referring to males or fathers. It's a generic term. I'm referring to mentors or nurturers or coaches, mentors. Okay, so I'm not. It's a generic term. Now, in the natural, like I said, it's a biological fact. You can't change. But in the spiritual, you can have fathers at different seasons of your life. And in the spiritual, God can also uh, change fathers. God can change your fathers in the spiritual. It is possible for God to say that um, now this is you must submit to this person, submit to that person. It's possible for God to say that. So it's not fixed like the natural one is fixed. That once your father gives birth to you, that is a fact. You can't change it. In the spiritual, it's not like that. Because it is a relationship of love, of covering, of accountability, and responsibility. It's a relationship of love, of covering, of accountability, and responsibility. So when you submit to a person and you see that God says I should submit to you, or you are my father, I call you my father, then what you are saying is that the person, you and the person, there's a relationship of love, of covering, a relationship of accountability and responsibility. Mentorship, spiritual mentorship, is not for subjugation, control, and suppression. Spiritual mentorship is not for subjugation, control, and suppression. So it is not like somebody submits to you and then you control and then you subjugate, mean that you suppress the person. That the person doesn't have a mind of his own, doesn't have a life of his own, that the person doesn't have uh, uh, opinions of his own. That is not spiritual mentorship. In the Bible, we realize that Paul gave Timothy instructions that do this, Timothy. And all those instructions, the end of it was for Timothy's spiritual progress, for him to be built up spiritually. But Paul never used it as an avenue to control his life or to make his life miserable, to make his life that he will miss what God wants him to do. If God will lead you to submit to somebody, then the person's responsibility must be to help you to become what God has destined you to become. That's all. Apart from that, it is not. That's what it should be. It's not like go and submit to this person, and then the person is going to stand on you or take advantage of you, and um to enhance his life, but then you will not grow, or you will not progress, or you will not become what God wants you to become. Now, we can have different types of fathers. You have biological fathers. I know that. We have ministerial fathers. Okay, we have surrogate fathers. There are people who are not your who will not be your father, but they are your guardian, or the somebody that you look up to, somebody that you obey, you respect, and all that. Then we have church fathers. For instance, you if you are in this church, then I, as a pastor of the church, am the father of the church. That's what it is. And so I become your father because I am your pastor. So your pastor is your father. Then we also have fathers of movements. But you see that one, all these things are things that we have come to recognize, and and categorize. I'm not saying that it is categorized in the Bible that we have fathers of movement, but people who are pioneers of movements, they assume a father figure role, and so they become father figures. If you look at somebody, the person who, let's say, um, pioneered the charismatic move, they will say that he is the father of the charismatic move, because the word father actually means source and sustainer, author, source, sustainer. That is father. So source, it means that source and then sustainer. That's father. So we sometimes say that Kenneth Hagin was the father of the Word of Faith movement. You see, because he was the one that God used to pioneer or to give birth to the Word of Faith movement. We say that there was one man that they called him the father of modern missions. He was the one that God used to pioneer that concept, to release that concept to the church. So you can see that he's a father of that movement. Now, mentorship and mentoring is very important. It's very important because God has instituted it in the Bible. You see, when God called Elijah, and Elijah did the work of God and he was about to go, God also called Elisha, and Elisha took over from Elijah. But before then, Elisha was mentored by Elijah. And so everything that God wanted Elisha to do, because of the mentoring, because he was a prophet in the room of Elijah. He said, anoint Elisha, son of Shaphat, as prophet in your room, which means that in your stead, means that when you are not there, he's going to be the major prophet, the one who is the main mouthpiece of God. And so the work of Elijah and Elisha was a work of mentorship. The Bible introduces Elisha with these words: Elisha who poured water on the hands of Elijah. That was a relationship. You see, a Moses and a Joshua. Bible calls Joshua Moses' assistant. The first time Joshua appears in the Bible is in Exodus 17. When the battle of Amalek was fought. So Moses chose Joshua to lead the fight. So Joshua was leading the fight, and Moses was up there, and he had lifted up his hands, interceding for them. And Aaron and Hur sustained his hands in the air. But Joshua was the one leading them in the fight. And many other battles that Joshua fought under the instructions of Moses. So there was a walk. When Moses was going to the mountain, God asked him to come to the mountain. Bible said that he went with Joshua. Then he left Joshua at a certain point. Then he went further. After the encounter, he came back. Then he told Joshua. Joshua said that I hear the sound of war among the camp, the people. That was when Moses spent 40 days and the people were worshiping idols, the golden calf. Then Moses said it's not the voice of the sound of war, it's the sound of dancing and drumming and idol worship. He was with Joshua. So Joshua went with Moses. He understudied Moses. Then when Moses was no more, it was Joshua who was there. He rather that it got to a point Moses laid hands on Joshua. Deuteronomy 34 verse 1. He said, and Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, because Moses the man of God Moses the man of God had laid hands on him. It's Deuteronomy 34. The man of God had laid hands on him. Okay. So Joshua, verse 9. Joshua, the son of Nun, was full of the spirit of wisdom, because Moses, the man of God, had laid hands on him. Moses, the man of God, had laid hands on him. Okay, Moses, the man of God, had laid hands on Joshua, the son of Nun. Now, so he laid hands on him because he was imparting. He was imparting. Because when you lay hands, it's for identification and impartation. Okay, so you read that Joshua knew many things that Moses did. Many things that Moses did, Joshua was there. He saw it. When Moses went to the tabernacle, he went with Joshua. So it was a journey. They had been on a journey in their relationship, and Joshua had been understudying Moses. So when it was time for him to lead them, he was not found wanting. God said, now Moses, my servant, is dead. Arise. You know that even though Joshua was clearly the one that everybody knew that Moses was training, because it was like he was the one who led them in battle and all that. But when Moses died, it was God who told Joshua that Moses is dead. So now you rise. So, but Joshua knew that Moses is dead, because God told Moses, go to the mountain and die. He said, go to the mountain and die. It's so funny, like God is telling him, go here and die. So as he was going to the mountain, he knew that he was going to die. The same thing with Aaron. God told Moses, take Aaron to Mount Pisgah, remove his garment that he might die. So he took Aaron to the mountain, removed his garment, then Aaron died. You see that the garment was what gave Aaron his lifespan. The garment, the call that he was fulfilling. You see, that's why Aaron didn't die. When he led them into idol worship, Bible said that, and God would have killed him, but Moses interceded for him, and God spared Aaron. It was Aaron and Miriam who spoke against Moses, but God did not touch Aaron, but he touched Miriam. Not because she was a woman, no, but because of the oil that was on Aaron's head. Because of the oil and the garment. So death was waiting for him for the time that the garment will be stripped. So when the time came, God said, now if you don't strip the garment, he cannot die. So strip the garment that he may die. Then he stripped him of the garment, then put the garment on his son. Okay, so that was also um, uh, the way God deals with Aaron. Okay, so these are legitimate things in Scripture. You can talk of Paul and Timothy, who was also a mentor and a protege, or let's say a father and a son. I want to use mentor so that it will not be like it's only a male thing. It's not a male thing. Okay, it's just generic. But usually when we say father, the image is a male, just because of the authority that God gave man, the authority that God gave man. Do you know that even the one who can truly make you a woman is your father? Do you know that? Yes, the one who can truly make you a woman is your father. As a woman, the one who can make you a woman is your father, because the father, the children derive identity and validation from father, not mother, father. So the father is very important in the life. That's why in my book, For Better for Best, was it that book? Yes, I said that the woman should never be without covering. And I said that even if you have little children and you don't have a husband, make sure you have father figures that they can look up to, uncles and people that they can look up to as father figures in their life, because they give them stability. It's very important. That's how God has. That is God's order. It's not. This one is not a matter of gender balance, or like we have to talk some for the women too. No, this one is God. It's God's order. And in practical life too, it's true. See that girls gravitate to their fathers more than their mothers. It's natural. It's not true. Girls gravitate to their fathers more than their mothers. Okay, because it's the father who can. You need your father's validation. You need your father's approval. You need your father's admiration. So if you are a girl and you are growing up and you don't hear your father's validation, you see that you have not been heard out, and sometimes it affects you in how you seek attention and how you always want attention because you didn't get your father's validation. I'm saying all that to let you know that fatherhood is a valid concept, not only in scripture but also in life. In our part of the world, you see that there's a problem with fatherhood, because it's an attack. It's under attack, but God has never abandoned that concept. He has never abandoned that concept. In Israel, it was a big deal. Who's your father? When David killed Goliath, Saul said, "Whose son are you?" Because in Israel, they respect you based on whose son you are. And even the name they gave them was the names of their fathers. Simon Bar Jonah means Simon, son of Jonah. He didn't have a surname. This is Simon, the son of Jonah. This is David, the son of Jesse. Bartimaeus means son of Timaeus. So blind Bartimaeus, his father was Timaeus, and he was Bartimaeus, son of Timaeus. So they called them by their father's name. That was how it was. So fathers or mentors are shepherds who have the primary responsibility to you and must also account to God on your behalf. So if you want to mentor people, it means that you are their shepherd. Shepherd. That is mentorship. Mentorship is shepherding. Mentorship is not it's not something that is for the fun of it is shepherding. When you say you must give account of something, you see, when you are spending money and you know that the money you are spending is not yours, and you must give account of the money, every cedi, your eye is following every cedi. Because you know that it's not yours, you must give account. Are you getting me? Because a time will come where you must render account how you spend the money. So every cedi that goes out, your eyes are following that cedi. So when we say that your pastor must give account of you, you are a shepherd. You want to say you are a shepherd who must give account. It's a serious thing, because God will ask you concerning somebody, so that God can bring somebody into your life for you to shepherd or mentor. Okay, and you may think that, oh, it is just for fun. If it is God who brought the person, God is going to ask you concerning the person. I see, sometimes we think that, oh, it's just a matter of, oh, this is my son, this is my father. No, it's an accountability relationship where you, the father, the shepherd, you are giving account of the sheep. Therefore, the shepherd too has a right to demand accountability from you. Are you getting me? Let's say that your father has come to, or let's say your mother has left you in my care. She's going to town. You are you're a child, and your mother has left me in your care. Now, I will make sure that, because if by the time your mother comes, you have gotten yourself injured, I have to explain and answer why I did not, why I allowed you to get yourself injured. I will be blamed. Are you getting me? So if I am monitoring your movements, it is because I will account for your movements when your mother comes back. So if you want to climb a wall and I say, hey, don't climb the wall, I'm doing it because I have to answer to your mother. You may think that I'm restricting you, but it's because of the accountability. You know, one day my daughter said that I should allow her to bring somebody. Somebody wanted that the person is like somebody who is, let's say, miserable. Okay, so why don't you allow these people to come and live here? You know, like other children who were not. And I said that now this child, if I bring this child here to this house, I don't know where, because we always see them walking about scattered. I mean, they're just loitering about. You know, they don't have any direction. They're just moving about it. And she was concerned about them. I said, it's good, but you can't just go and take somebody from the street and bring him to your house, because the person has parents. If anything happens to him, you are responsible. You are responsible. If anything happens to him, usually when I am there with my children, let's say I alone with my children, you'll see that I am relaxed, at ease. If another person's child comes there, all of a sudden I want to make sure that, if I can't just go and sit in my study area and say I'm doing something, I'll stop everything, make sure that, because I know that if something happens to this one, I will answer for it. So it's a responsibility. It's a responsibility. So and it's a grave responsibility. So if you you want to mentor people, and I know that every one of us, there are people that you mentor. You see, because mentorship is it's like, it's also like in stages. You mentor people. There are people that God Himself will lead to you for you to mentor them. So even as you are being mentored, you're also mentoring somebody. So I want you to know that if you were a mentor, or you were a father or a shepherd, then one that is entrusted to you you are responsible for that person. That's why sometimes people don't understand. You see, not every pastor is a father in a sense. Every we can that's why I explained the type of father. But we have what we call a father's heart. Even in the Bible, not all the men of God had father's heart. Hmm? Moses had a father's heart. Moses. The people of Israel will do these things. And you would think that Moses he's angry, but then he will go to God and say, please forgive them. Say, if you won't forgive them, then blot my name out of your book. Say, he was telling God that if you won't forgive these people, then remove my name from your book of life. There was this passion and compassion that he had on the people, this love he had for them. But Joshua was not like that. Joshua said, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. You, I don't care what you do with your life. You can choose to serve your idols, but me and my house, we are going to serve the Lord. Now you see the difference. Moses was like, he went the extra mile to make sure that these people, they will be on the path of God. That is a father's heart. But Joshua was like, we are all, each one for himself, God for us all. You see a person like Elijah. You see that Elijah was a father. You see, Elijah had different servants. He had one servant that was with him, the one that he sent to go and see whether the clouds had gathered. That servant was there. Elisha came to work with him. I mean, that was Elijah. He had a father's heart. Even though he was calling down fire to come and burn people, you could see that at least he had people around him. Elisha didn't have that. Elisha didn't have that. Gehazi committed one offense, and then he said, you are cursed. From today, you and your descendants, you are cursed. Naaman's leprosy will cleave to you and your descendants. And he cursed Gehazi and his descendants. That will tell you that he didn't have a father's heart. Because I said fathers are shepherds. They are shepherds. So if you are mentoring somebody, then you must have the heart of a shepherd. Heart of a shepherd. So fathers, shepherds, fathers, mentors lay down their lives for the people that they are fathering. They lay down their lives. Paul said that it is the parents who ought to lay out for the children, not the children for the parents. In John chapter 10 verse 11, Jesus Christ talked about the good shepherd. He is the good shepherd. He is the good shepherd. So he lays down his life. Say, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd gives his life for the sheep. That's why I'm saying that mentorship is about shepherding. It's about shepherding. Why do they lay down their lives? Because they love the Lord. They love the chief shepherd. They love the Lord. He said, Simon Barjona, lovest thou me more than this? He said, yes, Lord, I love you. He said, feed my sheep. He said, Simon Barjona, lovest thou me more than this? He said, yes, Lord, I love you. He said, tend my lambs. He said, Simon Barjona, lovest thou me more than this? He said, yes, Lord, you know all things. You know I love you. He said, feed my sheep. So, if you love me, feed my sheep. If you love me, tend my lambs. The lambs are the little ones, the new believers who are not matured yet. See, they follow the sheep. While the sheep is following the shepherd, the lambs are also following the sheep. So it's saying that the lambs tend them, attend to them, nurture them, handle them with care, because the lambs are fragile. Handle them with care because they are fragile, because they are not matured. They are the lambs. There are people who can preach and can teach, but they don't have a father's heart. So I just want to describe a father to you so that you know that it's not a matter of teaching and preaching. It is the care and the love, the laying down of your life. Laying down of your life. To lay down your life means to sacrifice time, resources, energy, opportunities to help them fulfill destiny. To help them fulfill destiny. So you have to, you are mentoring somebody. Let's say that somebody has entrusted to your hand that this person is a new convert who has come to the church. So you said, take care of this person. Now, you are the shepherd. You are fathering that person. You have to sacrifice for the person. Your time. Have time for the person. It's a pity when people who have enjoyed the attention and the sacrifice of other people don't have time, don't give other people to the same attention and sacrifice and time. That means it means that you are not yet a father. You are not yet a mentor. Because if you get to the stage of a mentor, naturally you will start thinking about other people. You see, when you say you are a mentor, you are a father, you start thinking about other people because it's a responsibility. It's like giving birth. When you give birth, as soon as you give birth, naturally you will start thinking about the child that you have given birth to. How you are going to fend for the child. Because the child, after the child, he shouldn't think about anything. All that he knows is that when I'm hungry, father should feed me, mother should feed me. When I want toys, they should buy for me. And sometimes the children, they think that their parents have money. And there's nothing that you tell them that they will understand because they as for them, they don't care. All that they want is, I want this, I want that. I remember when Carissa was younger, she asked for something. And I said, oh, I don't have money. She said, you are lying. Because I said, I saw you pulling money from your pocket. And I said, that money was like 5 cedis. But once it is money, if you say you have money, you put 5 cedis out of your pocket. But what she was asking for was more than 5 cedis. But she doesn't care just because it's your responsibility. That's how the shepherd and the sheep. You see, some of the sheep, if the shepherd was to follow them, what they do, he would just leave them for them to go and perish. Because you see a sheep going closer to a hole, and this hole has a snake in the hole. And you see that you, the shepherd, you see the sheep doesn't hear what you are saying. So what you have to do is you have to run and rescue the sheep from going close to the hole. That's why Paul said, "Who is not weak and I don't tremble?" He said, "There's a burden on me for the churches." He said, "Who?" 2 Corinthians 11, when he was talking about his credentials, what made him an apostle? People challenged his authority, and Paul referred to the things that made him an apostle. And all the things were things that he has suffered. They were saying that this Paul, he's a false apostle. And he's not really an apostle, and he's weak. And when he writes his letters, the letters are powerful. But he himself, when he comes and he's speaking, he looks weak. So Paul wrote to them. But after all that he wrote, okay, let me read from verse 22. Are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Christ? So am I. Are they ministers of Christ? I speak as a fool. I am more. In labors more abundant. In stripes above measure. In prisons more frequently. In deaths often. From the Jews 5 times I received 40 stripes minus 1. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I was stoned. 3 times I was shipwrecked. A night and a day I've been in the wreck, in the deep. In journeys often. In perils of water. In perils of robbers. In perils of my own countrymen. In perils of the Gentiles. In perils in the city. In perils in the wilderness. In perils in the sea. In perils among false brethren. In weariness and toil. In sleeplessness often. In hunger and thirst. In fastings often. In cold and nakedness. All these things are his credentials. The things that constitute his rank. Because they were challenging his authority. Then he said, beside the other things, what comes upon me daily, my deep concern for all the churches. Who is weak and I'm not weak? Who is made to stumble and I do not burn with indignation? So in other words, when Paul sees that somebody is made to stumble, he gets worried. He gets angry. Let's say that somebody is a newcomer. Then he has come, he's trying to, follow the Lord, he's growing. Then somebody, let's say, pollutes the person, pollutes the person for the person to backslide or withdraw or something. So that Paul said, when it happens like that, he burns with anger. That is a shepherd for you. He said, who is weak and I'm not weak? That's a shepherd for you. He was interested in their spiritual state. So, if you are leading and people are following, if you are mentoring, and you are a shepherd, have a father's heart, that is what you do. We have people who are hirelings. The hirelings don't sacrifice for the sheep, but the shepherds sacrifice for the sheep. David was a shepherd, and David had a father's heart. David, he was a father. He had a father's heart. But I said fathers are shepherds. That's why he risked his life for some few sheep. When you read 1 Samuel 17:34, you see that David was risking his life. Risking his life. But David said to Saul, your servant used to keep his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and took a lamb out of the flock, I went out after it and struck it and delivered the lamb from its mouth. And when it arose, against me, I caught it by its beard and struck and killed it. Now let's ask ourselves, how many sheep was David risking his life for? Few sheep. Because later on, Abner rebuked David and said, and with whom have you left those few sheep? Say, why have you left the sheep, our father's sheep, to come and witness the battle? Say, I know you, you are proud. Say, why did you come down here? And with whom have you left those few sheep in the wilderness? So he said, Jesse's sheep, there were few sheep. And yet David was risking his life for the few sheep. You see, maybe God, maybe will give you 5 people to disciple. Just 5 people. You are to be calling them and checking on them, find out how they are doing, encourage them in their spiritual life and all that. Just 5 people. You say, oh, these 5 people, they are not many, so I want 100 people. 100 people, yes, and I can know that I'm doing ministry with 5 people. But David had few sheep, and God saw that these few sheep that David is shepherding, he's risking his life for them. That was what God saw in David. That's why he said, now I will let you shepherd Israel. Because the attitude is what he's looking at. He looked at the heart. He had the heart of a father. So he could father Israel. Look at Absalom trying to kill David, his father. And look at how David reacted. David said, please deal gently with the young man Absalom for my sake. He told Joab, please. Because he knew Joab, that Joab is a very wicked person who likes shedding blood. So if I don't give specific instructions, he will kill Absalom. So he said, Joab, please, I know Absalom has risen against me and all that, but please, for my sake, deal gently with a young man. When they were coming from the battle, the first question was, is a young man Absalom safe? Because he was his son. He was his son. So his heart went out for him. That's why fathers have genuine interest. Somebody said that there are only 2 people who will not be jealous of you when you do more than they've done. Your father and your mother. All other people will be jealous. It's true. Because as a father, I want the best for my children. Every father wants the best for, every mother wants the best for her children. Every father, even, you see, sometimes, even if they don't appear to be like that. I was telling somebody that, I said, the way you see your mother as she's against you. I said, all that your mother is doing is out of fear and concern. That's all. Out of fear. Maybe she made certain mistakes that she's afraid you are going to make the same mistake. So the way she's talking with passion and all that, you think that she's against you. I know there are exceptions, but generally, every parent wants the best for his children. I remember when we were going to seek admission for our children in their school. That school, you have to go and sleep there. Queue. Oh yes. You have to go and sleep there because they sell admission forms, just 80 forms. And hundreds of people want their children to come. And the thing is first come, first serve. The Catholic schools, they are very disciplined. First come, first serve. You can't say protocol. No. So no matter who you are, when they come, they count the first 80. So people go there a day before to get seats. So we went there to sleep there. My brother and I, we were looking for admission for our children. We went there to sleep there. So we ran shift. Yes. And I saw many parents also there. Why were they coming? They want the best for their children. So your attitude. So David, God saw that this David, his heart is for the sheep. Because the way he's risking his life for the sheep, I will promote him to shepherd Israel. So if you are a father, you have a father's heart. Whoever is entrusted to your care, you'll be interested in the person. You know, fathers always cover you. Your brothers will always strip you. Jacob covered Joseph with a robe of many colors, but his brothers stripped him of the robe. So if you are a father, that is how you are. Now, shepherds, they know their sheep. So it's a relationship. It's a relationship. You can't say that you are this person is my son. This person is my sheep or my protege. You must know the person. You must know the person. Know the person. You see, you must enter the person's life. Sometimes some people come and say that I want to submit to you. When you try to enter their lives, they close up. You are not serious with the submission. You have to open. If you say you are submit to somebody, you have to open your life for the person to enter. Yes. So how can you say that this person is your father and you are even going to marry? He doesn't know. You are in a relationship, he doesn't know. So he's my father. But he doesn't know about my relationship. No, other for that one, he doesn't know. If he tries to ask you, are you dating? Then you close up, you lie. You close up. When you go and they break your heart, then you are crying. They are breaking my heart. So you have to open up because the shepherd needs to know the sheep. Needs to know the sheep. So let's say that 5 people are under you. You don't even some of them, their names, you don't even know their names. You don't know their names, so not even their first names. No, you have to know them. That is shepherd. You have to know them. Then they lead their sheep. So fathers will lead you. Leadership. Fathers lead. Mentors, they lead. So you must lead the people that you. That's what we mean by a leader. A leader is somebody who is leading people, somebody who is showing the way you are leading. So it means that people are following you. Somebody said that if you say you are a leader and nobody is following you, you are just taking a walk. Because if you are leading, then people are following. So a father's heart, a father leads. You must lead. I said, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down. He leads me beside still waters. He leads me. He leads me. So the shepherd leads the sheep. When I say lead, it means show the way. Show the way. So you lead by teaching, and then you lead by example. So leadership is by precept and example. You teach. You know, sometimes we take it for granted that people know what to do. Sometimes people don't know what to do. Are you getting me? Sometimes people don't know what to do. You have to teach. When you teach, then you do for them to see. Then they follow. That's how we train people. For instance, you can just say that you are there with your child. But you 12 years don't know how to wash, don't know how to iron. Who should teach the child how to iron and wash? You must teach the child. If you have not taught the child, you come and say, oh, now 12 you don't know how to iron. Who should teach the child? Are you getting me? So certain things must be taught. See, that's why there are certain things that we even talk about. You know, that time we had a men's conference and I was talking about hygiene. I was talking about the fact that don't wear singlets and boxer shorts twice. I said, shave your armpits. I said, don't wear the same shirt that has soaked sweat. Don't wear it today, then it has soaked sweat, then you wear it tomorrow. Okay, why did I teach those things? It was a men's, when we were doing guys and girls at Indies, and I was with the guys, and I was telling them all these things. Because I shouldn't take it for granted that they know. They may know. Some may also not know. When I go to bed, I said, you should brush your teeth twice. Some say, hey. So teaching, Bible says, let the older woman teach the younger woman. Because leadership also involves teaching. Now, if you don't teach the person, how can the person do it? So you teach the person. For instance, if we're talking about training is teaching, then doing for them to see, then they doing for you to see, then you leaving them to do it and evaluate. That's training. Training is not just teaching. Training, that you see, carpenters, when they are training apprentice, when you go as an apprentice, for the first 1 year, you may not learn. You think he's not teaching you. You may not allow you to even hold a hammer or let's say a chisel. In fact, for the first year of apprenticeship, I've been to magazines several times, and I've seen many apprentices and many masters. What they do is that if you're a new apprentice, your duty is to wash their outfits, their the working gear. That is your duty. You wash. Then they send you to go and buy food. Send you to go and give money to people. Some even send you to go and give money to their girlfriends and all that. That's, as an apprentice, you have come to learn how to fix an engine. But look at what they are doing. Then later on, when the master is fixing the engine, you are standing there. You won't touch it. Just watch. And he's telling you, this is nut, this is nut, this is bolt. So do this. Watch what I'm doing. Then you are watching. A time will come where the master will tell you, now hold the spanner. Hold it well. Hold it well. You see, there's somebody that why are you shouting at me like that? He's teaching you. Because certain mistakes are costly. Okay, so he's teaching you, like somebody teach you how to drive. Then you will get to a place where you are doing wanya wanya. He should shout at you. Because if you make a mistake, both of you can die. Are you getting me? The one who taught me how to drive was our driver. When you make a mistake, he will slap you on the lap. Yeah. Hey. Just slap you on the lap. Hey. So after they've taught you how to handle spanner and all that, then a time will come when a job comes, the master will say, you unscrew this boot. You dismantle this part. And he's watching you. You are doing for him to see. Now, when he sees that you have acquired a skill, a time comes when you become even a chief apprentice. So somebody brings his car. He said, Go and do it for him. So you go and do the work, then he will come and collect the money. Yes, that's how it is. You don't do the work and you collect the money. No, your master, you do the work and your master will collect the money because he has trained you. How you getting him? A time comes where he employs you to be work and pay. So you are a chief apprentice. You have also acquired skills, but you want a platform to start. So he employs you. So what the service you render now, he pays you for that. Then after that, a time comes where you are also a master and you have disciples that you are teaching. So you separate yourself and you go and get a piece of land. Then you also get your office. Then people are bringing their cars. Usually, your master's clients, some of them will take you as their clients and they'll be bringing their cars to you. Some of them, you will meet them because you were in your master's office. I used to take my car to somebody else. Now he's dead. But then sometimes he will send his apprentice to come and work on the car in the house. Now when he died, then I started going to that apprentice. He was the one who was doing everything. But it's the master who will take the money. I get you. So that's how we train people. We train people by precept and example. So you let's say that you have 5 people that you are training. Okay, let's pray. We are training to pray or to even lead. After teaching, you doing the thing and everything, the people are sitting there, they're also watching, they're also following, learning. The time comes, okay, you do it, let me see. The time comes, okay, then you do it. That's how it is done. When we started this ministry, I was the only one who was preaching. At camp meetings, I will preach and maybe I will invite somebody to come and preach and all that. You see. But then the time came, then I said, the pastors must preach at camp meetings. So a time came, I said, let the pastors preach at camp meetings. I can preach on all the days. Morning, evening, morning, evening, morning, evening. For all the 3 or 4 days, I can do that. No problem at all. I can do that. But I limited myself to the first meeting and the last meeting. And I said, in between, let the pastors take it and preach. Sometimes, when I sit, and I make sure that whenever any of my pastors are preaching, I am there. I will never put you on a program and then because you are preaching, so I'm somewhere else. No, I make sure I am there because I want to see what they are telling the people. I want to see how they are doing. Then sometimes I'll tell you, this thing that you said, you should have said it this way. This thing that you said, you should have said it this way. This thing that you did, you should have done this way. So, usually, I will sit at the back, not at the back, but I will sit back, then I will watch. And I tell you this, I have benefited a lot from that. I have benefited because now I know that gradually I'm working myself out. You see, a leader is somebody who gradually makes himself unnecessary or unneeded. So gradually, because now I was preaching all the time. Now I've limited myself to first meeting, last meeting. Maybe a time will come where maybe I was okay, then I will come and sum up everything, last meeting. So that is the way we lead. It's by example. Example, precept and example. You teach, then you demonstrate. You teach, then you demonstrate. You teach, then you demonstrate. Then people are observing. Then you allow them to do. Then you watch. That's how, if they are training you to become a doctor, it's not just that the theory. No, they will also let you do things, practical things. We are going to work on people. Sometimes the practical is different from the theory. So leaders lead their sheep by their words, their lifestyle, and by being an example. How far can you lead people? You can lead people only as far as you have been. You can't lead beyond your heart. You can't lead beyond how you have gone in the Lord. Are you getting me? You can lead people only to where you have been in the Lord. What you don't do, you can't teach people to do it. You can't teach people to do it. For instance, if you want to talk about how to build your personal devotion, your personal devotion, if you are not doing it, you can't teach it. You can't help people to do this, because it's like all that you'll be saying theories. You'll be saying what people have said for you to hear. But if you are doing it, you can teach without looking into any notes, because it's something you have been doing. You have been having your regular devotion with the Lord. You have gotten some experiences out of it, so you can stand there and teach people after giving them the basis in the scriptures. Then the rest you can give them practical illustrations and experiences and all that to help them. Why? Because you yourself, you have done it. If you have not fasted before, you can't talk about fasting. It will be theory, because and your ignorance will be displayed when people ask questions, because some of the questions, they are not in the Bible. It's practical. How do I break a fast? It's not in the Bible. Can I break my fast with any food at all? It's not in the Bible. But I see it from experience. You'll be able to tell person like, oh no, because you remember that one day you broke a certain fast, and this is so you can explain to the person. In 2011, when I was teaching on at Kwamo, Mind Your Spirit, April 2011, our camp meeting at Kwamo, the theme was Mind Your Spirit. And I taught for 3 days. And I taught on spirit, soul, body. And I taught on how to grow in the spirit and all that. And I said something. I said that I will not tell you to fast for 40 days because I've not fasted for 40 days before. At that time. But now I've done it before, so I can tell you. But that time I hadn't done before, so I didn't bring any program like let's do 40, because I've not done it before. Why should I come and say let's do 40 days? I am leading. Are you getting me? And so everything that I will let you tell that to do, I must be practicing it in my life. Yes. Otherwise, you will only be sharing theories. When I talk about evangelism, I know that I have practical experience. I can help you understand evangelism, house to house evangelism, the things that you shouldn't do. You go and meet challenges, how to go about them, because it's something that I have been involved over the years, and I've come to know the nitty-gritties. So you lead by example and by how far you have gone in the Lord. So the few people that you are following, that's what you see, that is what should challenge you to go further, to grow. If you make it your principle that you will not teach what you don't do, it will help you to grow. It will help you to grow. Because what you don't do, if you come and teach, you are teaching theories. So fathers feed. They feed. Fathers feed. So if you are a father, you must, and a mentor, you must feed. So when God makes you a father, you are supposed to have um, breast milk to feed the one that you are fathering. Are you getting me? The one that you are fathering, you must feed the person. So when you feed, you see, you provide people, you provide the sheep with pasture, with fresh food that they can eat. Fresh food that they can eat. So when you say that you are mentoring somebody in the Lord, it's not just a matter of saying I'm mentoring. You have to feed the person with the right nutrients, the right food. Do you know that even teaching that we teach is like preparing food? Preparing a message to go and preach is like preparing food. You have various ingredients. So you serve the food to people and they must be able to eat the food and for the food to digest. So if it's not well cooked, people are going to have stomach upset because the food was not well cooked. So when the pastures are dry, it affects the people you lead. See, because you see, the feeding is like this. It's from your heart, from the heart of the spirit to your heart to their heart. So anytime you are dry, it's going to affect them. It's going to affect them. The people that you are fathering. That is why Bible says that pray for your leaders, pray for your fathers, pray for your mentors, because when they are dry, it will affect you. You see, for instance, let's say that I'm leading this ministry. I'm leading this ministry. Because of that, whatever happens to me will affect the ministry. So I need prayers. Apart from prayers, I also need to be submitted. Apart from that, I also need to be covered, because whatever happens to me will happen to the ministry. When we say somebody is a founder, listen, let me explain to you. When we say you are a founder, or you founded something, or God called you to start something or pioneer something, it is this. That thing, if it's a business, ministry, everything, it is just an enlargement of you, the leader. God expands your heart. That's how ministry is not. You see, when if I tell you when this ministry started as far back as maybe in the 90s. The structure maybe appeared after some time. But I'm talking about the fact that God started the preparation and the working, the molding of the vessel that he was going to use to start this ministry way back in the 90s. So when God is tracing, God will trace it to the seed, where the seed of ministry was sown in my life. So as the seed grew and became a tree, a plant, then people saw. Then you see people who have been ordained to come will also be part of it, and they'll come. So sometimes somebody said that he had a dream, and he said that he saw me, and he saw me as a tree. And she didn't know how to tell me. I said, oh, don't worry. I mean, you're not the first person to say that. God was telling you that every ministry. So a lot of times, I tell people that they will tell me, and I saw you, and I said, it is the ministry. Because when you see me as a person, I am one person, but I'm also a ministry. You know that a person can be a nation. Yes, Jacob was called Israel. God saw Jacob not as a person, but as a nation. Because that's why God said, you are Israel. Now where is Israel? Where is Israel? In the Bible, Jacob and Israel, they were used interchangeably. Sometimes he's referring to the nation, you say Jacob. The nation Israel, God refers to them as Jacob, sometimes in the Bible. And sometimes the person Jacob, God calls Israel. so that's why, the leader, your spiritual temperature is very important. Very, very important. It's very important to the people that you lead. Because there's a spiritual connection. Last Thursday, I was coming from Accra with Stephen, and Stephen was asking me a lot of questions. And he one of the questions he asked me was that he said, why is it that now we have a lot of false churches and all that? Then I said, the spiritual temperature of the country has gone down. Simple. That's the only answer I can give you. Our spiritual temperature has gone down. The country, this Ghana, the church, if you put a thermometer in the mouth of the church, you will see that the temperature has gone down. Anytime the temperature goes down, you see the emergence of false churches. False churches. When the temperature is high, you will see these churches will wilt. They will just vanish. So I said, that's why we need a revival. That's why we need a revival that will awaken us to our senses as a church. I met a pastor friend when I was coming. In fact, he even delayed me because I left the house around 6:40. And I met him right here, and we were conversing. And he was talking to me about many, many, many things. Like many things. And the conclusion was that strike the sheep and I will scatter. Strike the shepherd and I will scatter the sheep. That's why that's why you see at the camp meeting I raised a prayer topic that let's pray for our fathers. Because in this land, Ghana, we have people currently now who are fathers of the land. They are fathers of the church. They have their own congregations, but corporately, I know that there are people that God has positioned as gatekeepers in this nation for the church. I've seen some of them, interacted with them, in dreams and all that. Some of them have come to confess many things to me in dreams. Because there was a time when the destiny of this nation was hanging in a balance. In a balance. So when the temperature goes down, that is when you see other religions trying to bring us to our knees. The temperature has gone down. It's a spiritual thing. But we also, when our pastures are dry, the sheep are affected. So as a leader, what you must make sure is that the pastures are fresh all the time. That's why yesterday I said that as a leader, you must have regular retreats on your own, personal spiritual retreat. That you must know times when you are not sharp, times when you are not fresh. Because day in, day out, as we go through the hassles of life, we lose virtue, we lose strength. So it's a fact that you must always go for refilling. You cannot be using old oil. Even a car, when the car is getting weaker and weaker, you must do servicing on at short intervals, because the oil that the car uses to run, you can't use old oil, dirty oil. You see, so from time to time, you must go for refreshing. Even in the corporate world, that's why they have refresher courses. There are some people who are using archaic methods. They don't go for refresher courses, so they are using archaic methods. But if you are constantly being refreshed, you will see that the pastures will not be dry. They will always be green, because it will affect the sheep. Fathers watch over their children. They watch over them. Shepherds watch over the flock. While shepherds watch their flock by night. While shepherds watch their flock by night. Luke 2:8. While they watch over their flock by night. So Paul always talked about watching, keeping watch over their flock by night. Keeping watch over their flock by night. That's why, as a church, let's say that you have authority over 5 people that you are leading. Those 5 people, you must watch over them, both physically and spiritually. Watch over them. There are times when I just realize that somebody is slipping, missing out. Because it's a normal thing that God, I may not see everybody, but we are connected in the spirit. Most of the time, when I'm praying, the visions I have visions about individual members of the ministry, more than people who are outside. Most of the time, as I'm praying, I'm seeing this about this person, this about this person. So I know what the prayer is doing. It's not all of them that I tell them. Some of them I tell them. I will send them a message. Some of them you say that you'll be there and I will send you a message. Because I've seen something about you. I may not tell you that I've seen something about you. Because I've prayed for you. If something has got to do with what you must do, I will let you know. Otherwise, I'll keep the thing to myself. I'll pray, because that's what we do as shepherds. We watch by night. And you don't need to tell the sheep that I've been praying for you. Yes, because the thing is that it's not like praying for you as in there are certain times when you have people on your prayer list. Okay. But there are times that as you are praying, those under your covering, your prayer covers them. You see, when you come to my study, for instance, I have a notice board. Then I have papers, little sheet papers that I have stuck on notice board. And some of these papers, they contain names, people's names, and even pictures, all scattered on notice board like that. I have one list that has all the pastors and all people, even those who are not even in this ministry, who are my sons and daughters, their names like that. I have people who have special need that they've requested. So I say write it, then I'll go and paste it there. I have it there. I have labels of companies, including Glory Glory Kitchen. Glory Kitchen is there. It's still there. It's still there. It's my notice board. So from time to time, it reminds me of this prayer that I have to pray, because that's the work that the work that we have to do is to watch over the flock. So when somebody says, "I'll be my spiritual father," it's not. It's work. You understand? Yeah. Some people have come to me. I told them, go and write and bring it to me, and those letters too are there. Yeah, because the thing is that it's work. It's work. You don't have to take it for granted that just you somebody what led the person to come. I mean, anybody who is in this ministry is my spiritual son or daughter, but I'm talking about, like, maybe somebody will just come and say, God says I should submit. Somebody called me from Nigeria. He didn't call me, he sent me a message. Okay, the Lord said I should submit in Nigeria. Then I said, well, I don't know you enough, and let me also pray about it. Okay, so I prayed about it. I didn't see anything to the contrary. Then I said, okay, now we are separated by a long distance, so I can make available materials. So I can make materials available. So give me your email. I sent him some teachings through email. Another person from US, the same thing, also said, before he called me, I used to see him on Facebook, and before he called me, I had a dream, and I saw him on TV, and he was ministering. He was really ministering on TV, and I didn't know him personally, but I saw him on Facebook. So when he sent me the message, then I told him that I saw you ministering in this way on TV in a dream. Then that looked like confirmation. He may come and visit us during the camp meeting. He may come during the camp meeting to visit, depending on the schedule, but he'll be coming to Ghana end of July. So I've told him that when he comes, he should come to Kumasi, and then I will just, meet with him. So that one, for him, he calls me on WhatsApp, he calls me on phone, he discusses his life with me for solutions. The one in Nigeria too, he sends me messages, his marriage. Then he asks me questions concerning his marriage, ministry, and all that. So watching may not necessarily be, like watching literally like this, just watching like this, even though that one too is included. Let's say that you are leading 5 people, and you see that one of them is depressed. See, Lester Sumrall said something. He said that when you are ministering and you look at the faces of people, you'll be able to know special needs people have. Some people are depressed. Some people are anxious, worried. You see it all over, So let's say you have 5 people. You have the Lone Ranger, who is always separated from the 5, who is like Lone Ranger. He doesn't come along. Like as a shepherd, you must make your way to the person and try to enter the person's world. Sometimes you can do that through other people. Tell them, go and find out what is really happening. Because sometimes you get people who the person can open up to and say, go to this person and find out what is what is wrong, and come and tell me. So sometimes I know there are people that I know what is wrong with you, but you don't know I know. And I help you without you knowing that I'm helping you. Because you don't need to know. Because my concern should be for you to be helped out of that situation. Because there are spies that I send to go and find out. This morning I had a vision about one of my sons, not in this city, another city. So I called his friend, and I told his friend that this is what I've seen concerning this your friend, to pray for him, because the vision, there are some visions that you can't tell the person himself, because some of them, the reason why you saw was to raise a prayer cover if it's like a death issue and all that. So you pray for the person, say you too pray for him, because this is what I've. Sometimes you see two people who are friends. If you see this about somebody, you see that, oh, this one and that one, they are close. So pray for him. So we must always be watching to find out. Watching also means using your authority to permit or forbid things in their lives. So that is prayer. You pray and you stop it. And once you have authority to lead the people, you have authority to pray for them and stop what the enemy is doing in their lives. Like these days, people send me things, then I pray for them. I pray, sometimes it's even in the car. They will send me a message that maybe I need prayer, I will pray for them, even in the car. Then, I like consistently, for the past like 3 months, consistently, many people will tell me that, okay, you forget it. No, I won't talk about that. No. It's not, you don't need to hear that. Yeah. It's a good thing, but you don't need to hear. So sometimes God can even give you dreams that will wake you up from sleep concerning the people that you shepherd, that you are sweating. That's time for intercession. Pray. And if you are a father, you see that you pray for the person as you pray for your own. So fathers are intercessors. They are intercessors. One day, there was this person that I was praying for. That was in 2003, 2004. I was praying for him consistently. And because I was praying for him consistently, one day I got someone, they told me that this person has done this, has done that. He has fallen into this, fallen into that, done that. And the people gathered there were talking about it. When I got there and they told me, I started weeping. Tears were just flowing like that. And they were surprised that, because the person is not like related to me, I had a burden to be praying for him. I was just praying for him every day. So tears were just flowing. So later I understood that by investing prayer into his life, I had established a relationship of love. Because where your heart is, where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. So once you invest something to something, your heart is there. So by the time I've invested into his life, the prayers, there's a connection. So When I heard, that's why Paul said, who is weak and I'm not weak. So the one you pray for consistently, you develop connection with the person. You develop connection with the person. Because you pray for the person consistently. Sometimes you need that passion to be able to intercede for the people that you lead. One day, the Lord showed me something, I had this dream, and in the dream, a malam had taken one of my children for rituals. That was 2012. And the dream was so bad and so scary. When I woke up from the dream and I sat on the bed, I saw the malam seated right in front of me. There was a wardrobe here, seated down there in a flash like that. The same malam I saw in the dream. I was very angry. Very angry. Then I went to my study. I said, no way, you can't have my daughter. In the name, I was praying. As I was praying, I saw a vision. I saw somebody in this ministry, and they had tied her to a tree like that. I saw that they had tied it to a tree, and people they were gathered, around her. They were like coming to kill her or sacrifice her. So then, the prayer I was praying for my daughter, this is what I was seeing. So it was later that I understood that the Holy Spirit told me that the thing was really about this person. But do you know she's as much your daughter as your blood daughter? Because you said that it was your blood daughter, so you were really, really praying against the sin. Yeah, but so the prayer I was praying for the person. So I prayed for her. And God will always give you confirmation. Because later on, what happened, when I prayed for her in the dream, that same 2012, we went to their school. When we went to their school to pray, to do 3 days program, myself and Jericho, and I think Sandra was also part of those who went with me. We went to their school to do 3 days program. Then, that person, as I was ministering the spirit, that person was knocked down. Then they brought her. It was a special case, so they brought her. Some of them were like they were dead. Nothing was moving. They were stiff. Brought her, and I realized that if I had not prayed for her when I saw the dream with the passion that I prayed, maybe that program, maybe that thing would have happened. Maybe she would not have been delivered, because there was an impending death, and the one that was doing that thing was her own mother and auntie. Can you believe that? So in the course of the deliverance, then the mother and auntie came and all that. Then we prayed for her. So after the prayer, came back to Kumasi. Then she called me and told me that she had a dream, and the mother and the auntie had been taken to court. And the judge asked her, how many years of imprisonment should I give them? And he said 5 years. I said, go and dream again. I said, go and dream again. Tell the judge that put them in forever. So I realized that God used my own daughter to teach me that to get results in praying for people, you must pray with a certain passion. Sometimes you have a dream and you see that somebody close to you has died. So you are praying. Maybe it's not about the person. Sometimes about the person. Sometimes too, God is teaching you that the same way you pray with compassion for somebody who is close to you. If you have a dream, your mother is dead, your father is dead, you see that you are trembling. You pray, you bind, you break, you rebuke, you retract, you yes, because the person is close to you. So when God shows you something, and when God shows something about somebody, there and then is when you must pray. Don't postpone and say, when I get up, I'll pray. No. As you wake up from the dream or vision, that's what you must do. At that time, pray for the person. Because you may never know what the person is going through. That God has asked you to pray for the person. Intercession has saved many lives, has touched many destinies, have put many people on course. Intercession. There are people I know who pray for me every day. Some of them, I've actually seen them praying for me. I've heard the topics they are praying for me. Some of them I've not seen, but I know. One day I told one man of God, I sent him a message. I said, thank you for always praying for me. He said, how do you know? I said, I had a dream and somebody said I should thank you because you always pray for me. And he said, it's true. There's not a single day I don't pray for you and all for Christ. That's Pastor Was. He said, there's not a single day I don't pray for you and the ministry. He said, I pray for you every day and all for Christ. And God showed me that this is the heart of this man. So when I said, Pastor, thank you for always praying for me. Then he said, how did you know? I said, I saw it in a dream. Somebody told me that I should thank you because you pray for me all the time. And I know that most of you too pray for me all the time. I know some people too who pray for me because sometimes as a leader of a ministry, you see, Paul said, pray for us. If I tell you I don't need prayers, I'll be lying. I need prayers. I need prayers. When I started moving in deliverance, the Lord told me something. He said, I should tell somebody to be praying for my children. So I called the person and I said, I want you to act like an overseer over my children, to be covering them, praying for them, Then she said, have you spoken to so and so? I said, no. He said, so and so just spoke to me. Right after he spoke to her, then I called her. He said, so and so just spoke to me, and he was saying the same thing. That was in 2010. He said, he was saying the same thing. I said, the spirit doesn't lie. Because at that time, I was stepping into another area of ministry, which was dealing with these spirits and deliverance and all those things. And God wanted to teach me how to be balanced. Because if you don't have balance, like a lot of things can go wrong. And so it was a specific direction. Let her take spiritual oversight over them. And that was for a period. It was for a period. When the time came, I knew that the time had come. So she prayed for them. She was always praying for them. And you know what? She was getting more visions and dreams about them than me. But when she gets the dream, she will tell me, then I will pray. Because I have more authority over them than she. But she was a watchman over them. I was a gatekeeper to them. The difference between a watchman and a gatekeeper. The watchmen, they are on the walls. And they always see what the enemy is bringing. Then they are led the gatekeepers. But the gatekeeper is the one who has the authority to open and to forbid. So one day, Joel sent me a message. He said that God says, I'm raising watchmen for this ministry, who will see the plans of the enemy to alert the gatekeepers. Very straightforward message. So you see that there are many things going on in the ministry. There are people that God may show. But these watchmen, when they see, they will alert the gatekeepers. Then they'll pray and stop what the enemy is doing. Some people are watchmen. They see and they also have authority. Others are watchmen. They will just see and then tell you. Then you do it. So that's why we have watchers. You know, the word watcher, watcher means that you are watching. They are watching. Watching. So we have watchers. You watch. You are watching. One of the things that God has blessed this ministry with is the gift of intercession. Because the watchers. You see, it's not only the watchers who intercede for the ministry. Yeah, many people who are not part of the watchers who see. Because of where I sit as a leader, I have the privilege of getting to know what people see concerning the ministry. Because most of them, they tell me. And I see that many people see things that God has even told me that I have not told anybody. Some of them, what they tell me is a confirmation to what God has told me, which I have not yet declared because maybe I didn't feel it was time for me to say. But they will just say it. So they are watchers. So as a leader, you watch over your flock, intercede, praying for them. Praying for them. There are people who must never leave your prayer list because they need a lot of prayers to make it. You know, that's how we deal with stubborn situations. Just pray. Don't give up too easily on people. You see, because the thing is that somebody may even offend you as a leader. The person may offend you, but then you know that if you stop praying for the person, it's not going to end well. So you have to keep praying for the person. Samuel said that, may I not commit this sin. Be it far from that I should sin against the Lord by refusing to pray for you, Saul. He considered that a sin not to pray for Saul, even though Saul was now not with the Lord anymore. But he said it's a sin not to pray for you. There are people who, this year, I sent a message to somebody, and I don't think he was expecting any message from me at all. When I sent him the message, I said, this is what I see. This is what God is saying. This is God's message to you. God says, this thing, do it. And I gave him the message. Then he said that God had spoken to him about the message, but he didn't believe it because of his own shortcomings. Then he said, thank you for not giving up on me. He said, thank you that despite all that I've done to you, you have not given up on me. Then I replied that, how can I give up on you if he has not given up on me? Because I've also done many things against him. But he hasn't given up on me. So why can I give up on you? You see, now I don't have any direct relationship with him anymore. I'm not like but I can't give up on him. I can't give up on him. I still have to pray. Sometimes those days I decide to stop praying for him. Anytime I decide to stop praying for him, somebody will come with a dream or a vision for about 5 times. He said, I saw you, I saw this, I saw that. I said, God doesn't want me to stop praying for him. I will pray for him. So that's the heart of a father. You don't give up too easily on people. There are some people, when you are helping them to be better Christians or to know the Lord, they think they are rather doing you a favor by allowing you to help them. So such people, you may give up on them. Say, after all, what I'm trying to help you. If you don't need my help, I just want you to. You can easily give up on people like that. Because somebody, one lady was saying that there's this person that she was trying to help, trying to help, and she was giving him spiritual things, to help him. Then this guy told another person that this lady, she likes me. So the lady said that she told me, she said, Daddy, so I've stopped. He said, I've stopped. Because the guy misconstrued her actions to mean that she likes him. That's why she's helping him with spiritual stuff. So she likes me. And the sad thing that he told another person. The lady got to hear of it. Said, hey. Then I said, why are you stopping? I said, what is your motive? See, your motive is to help him. You see, if he doesn't see the help today, tomorrow he will see that this lady helped me. I said, Bishop Dag, the one who taught Bishop Dag how to do quiet time was a girl whose name was Mary in secondary school. She taught Bishop Dag how to do your quiet time. Until today, he mentions her name and say that she's the secret behind all that he's doing, because the secret behind all the teachings, everything, is the time he spends with God. And he learned to do that through Mary, a girl. So don't give up. Do it. He may not see it. See it now. You know your mood. It's very painful. Yeah, it's very painful. The other side too is true. You may be doing everything to help somebody. The person will tell the other, this guy, I think he likes me. I think he likes me. I remember those days when we were in the 90s. I think 96, when I was doing my health service, A-level service. At that time, I was doing one house-to-house evangelism at Udium. So I will just go to Udium and I'll move from house to house. So I'll go to this house, then I'll ask, can I share gospel? Then you said that I share. Then I went to this house. There was this lady there. So when I went there, the first day I went there, she was sitting in front of the house at the gate. So I asked her, she said I can preach to her. So I shared the message with her. Then I went, again. I used to go over all the houses I've been to, Odium here at that time. So one day when I went, the mother was there. So I greeted the mother. Then anytime I go, I will greet the mother. And I said, then the mother will call her teacher. They used to call her Madam. Madam, your pastor has come. Then she will come out and bring a chair. Then we will sit down. Then one day, when I go, the mother said, young man, where do you live? I said, oh, Body Johnson. Say, who is your father and your mother? I mentioned. Said, what's your hometown? Then I mentioned. Then she was asking questions. Then what she finished, said, I'm asking so that if anything happens, I will know where to find you. I stopped going to the house. So one day, after many years, I was walking past Garden City, and I parked by the side to buy something. Then, as soon as I got out from the car, I was going to this shop. Then one lady was there, she called me, "Hey, Pastor." So when I turned, it was that lady. Yeah, so I conversed with her. I was asking her how she's doing the Lord and all that. But I stopped because the mother had some impression. But later I realized that I was rather mistaken because I was like, I'm doing the work of God, no evil intention, because anytime I can, we sit outside, we talk, I will do teachings and all that. But I later on I couldn't blame the mother because the mother too was being a mother. You understand? She was being a mother. Because seriously, if you can't be sharing the word of God with my daughter, you're always coming. What? I'll come and sit inside. I also pull a chair, come and sit down so that we all listen. Because I don't know whether you are winning a soul for Christ or winning for yourself. Do you know four spiritual laws? Four spiritual laws is a tool of evangelism. He said the first law is God loves you and has a plan for you. Second one is Christ came to die for you. There are four. So somebody went for evangelism. He told the lady that God loves you and he has a plan for you. Me too, I love you and I have a plan for you. So sometimes you can be put off by what people do, but it's all part of being a leader or a father. Because if you are to follow people, you stop doing what you are doing. Yeah. Because they would think that people will create the impression that you you they are rather doing you a favor. Are you getting me? Rather doing you a favor by allowing you to do the spiritual thing that you have done for them. They are rather doing you a favor. You will take a Bible, going from room to room, encouraging people to come and do then somebody somewhere will sit down and the person will just make one statement. Then you will hear and everything is. So I won't go for evangelism again. But you know that you're doing what is right. I've seen many of these things and heard many of these things. And I always tell people that if you follow what people will do, you can never help people. Why is it that parents, we sometimes have to beg our children to take medicine as if the medicine is benefiting us? Sometimes, like my firstborn, she doesn't like medicine even till now at all. So when she was younger, 5 meals of medicine will be going around the whole house. Oh, guys, and the person is sick. So you cannot force her and say, "Hey, get it." No, the person is sick already. So you must plead with her to take the medicine. That's what is the exact picture. Sometimes when you are telling people, you see, like I was telling somebody, I said, all the things the person was telling me, I knew that if she listens to the teachings I've done, she's going to get the answers. So I told her, go and get the teachings. Then some time later, she also brought other things. I said, have you gone for the teaching? She said, no. So I said, so why are you coming to me again with another problem? Because I've given you the solution. I said, go and get the teaching from Pastor Elijah. Go and get it and then start. Because I know that when you start listening to them, these things that you are going through, they will stop. So I said, have you gone for the teaching? She said, no. I said, why? She said, nothing. And I said, you see, all the things that you are going through is because you need the voice of your father. And it's not about prayer. The voice of your father is not about prayer and prayer. It's about the word. So this person, I can decide that I won't talk to her about that thing again. That I won't even. So you just come and tell me. Then say all the time. Say, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, because what more should I? But you see that even now as I'm talking, you can see that I'm even almost giving up. You understand? Yeah, but I shouldn't give up on her because she needs help. So I should rather see that she needs help, but she doesn't know that she needs help, and I should help her to know that she needs help and help her. That is what we must do, rather than just becoming angry and say that, hey, if you won't do, then stop. Like people say, if you can't stay in this church, go away. Go away. Leave the church. Leave the church. If you can't stay, go away. Leave the church. It's because you are not a shepherd. That's why. Yeah. Like somebody said, oh, if the person will stay, he will stay. I'm going to leave him. I mean, my church, so over brown red giant. No, that's not the heart of a shepherd. Sometimes you know that you are helping the person, but you have to be on your knees. Oh, please do this. Please do this. The person will be, I don't want to do this. Oh, please, you can do it. Just do it. Just do it. What I'm saying is very real. And I know that most of you have experienced these things before. Because sometimes it's painful, but that is how the leaders should be. That we don't give up on people easily. Because look at your own child. You can't say that your own child has refused to take medicine, so you are giving up on her. That if you won't take the medicine, go your way. Sometimes you can pretend that you are angry. That okay, if you want to, but later you say that you come back. Oh, because you, the parent, you know what the child must do. Do you know why our parents beat us? They didn't beat us because they hated us. You see, they beat us because they had to force you to do the right thing. But you only understand when you become a parent. Are you getting me? When you become a parent, you forgive your parents for all the beatings they beat you, because you realize that they really helped you. Paul said, we have had fathers who corrected us in the flesh, and we have respected them for that. He said they did it temporarily for a few years as it seemed right to them. But when God is disciplining you, he said it yields a peaceable fruit of righteousness. So now, you, the child, you don't know that what you are doing is wrong. But you, the parent, you know that what the child is doing is wrong. So whatever means you will use to let the child do the right thing, you let the child do the right thing. So that later on, when the child grows, he will thank you. One friend of mine, his father is dead now, and he's always in tears. Said, thank God for my father. He said he grew up in Ashtown, and in those days, Ashtown Krofro, Asafo, Bantuma. They were the places where the bad people were. So people said that this is a no-go area for good parenting. If you live there, your children will get spoiled. Because Ashtown boys were very bad. Bantuma boys, they could organize gang rape and all that. Yeah, Ashtown boys, Asafo boys, Bantuma boys, Aduato, those places. And when you see that they are gangs, like boys, and so he said that his father, they were living there, and his father was very strict, very, very strict. And he said, when he goes out, you have to come to the house. If you can go out and play, by 5, you should come to the house. If you come after 5, the kind of beatings he will give you. So he said he really beat him. Say, if father can come, then he will put belt here, then cane, and then chow. You know chow. Native sandals. Say, choose one. So which one? Choose one. Let me use it to beat you. So if you choose the chow, use the chow to slap you. So he always went for the belt, and the belt too. He said sometimes he could use even the hook. So it was more like wickedness, But he said because of that, he feared to disobey his father's orders. And because of that, it spared his life. He said most of his colleagues, some of them are dead, some of them are drug addicts. Today, he's a responsible man. So because of that, he thanks his father. Even though at that time, it was more like the father was killing him. Even though the father went to an extreme, but the motive was right. So, because that kind of environment, if he was not strict, the guy would have gone wayward. Mothers can beg their children to eat. Yes, and they will tell them that, oh, if you eat, it will come into my stomach, so eat. You'll be eating. Say, oh, I'm still hungry. Then you'll be eating. Who is doing who a favor? I get TV. So you say that you can easily give up on people. You can give up on people because of what they do, their attitude. It's very practical as a leader. So I'm just sharing so that you know, because we are all leaders. So that you don't follow people to sin by refusing to pray for them, refusing to help them, refusing to monitor them, follow up after them. There are some people, if you don't close your eyes, because when you try to enter their lives, the kind of attitude they will put up, you will be, it will just put you off. And you see that the pride in us is like After all, I'm just trying to help you. If you don't need the help, just go. That's the pride in us. But as a father, as a mentor, as a leader, that pride should go. Otherwise, you cannot be a father. The father should be vulnerable. Paul said, in weakness and in trembling, not because Paul was weak, but Paul was more like, he was vulnerable. He wasn't like the church in Corinth. Look at the problems in the church in Corinth. Look at all the things that they were doing. Paul was angry in the first epistle. But the second epistle, the tone had gone down. The first one, he said, now, how can you do this? That guy who did that, hand him over to Satan. Let Satan destroy him and all that. Me, I'm not there, but I already have judged. When you meet and my spirit is with you, hand over to Satan. Yeah. He said, how can you take another to court? is there no wise person among you? Chapter 6. 1 Corinthians chapter 5 was one was saying that the guy should be handed over to Satan. Chapter 6 said that, is there no wise person among you that you take your disputes to the court before the unbeliever? So he was angry. He got to a point and said, look, be matured. Be matured. He said, I'm speaking to you as wise people. In 1 Corinthians chapter 11, he said, look, be mature. I'm speaking to you as wise people. So he was, even in chapter 15, he said, some of you don't know, you don't have knowledge of God. And I say it to your shame. That was Paul. He said, for some of you don't have the knowledge of God, and I say it to your shame. But then, second epistle, he said, chapter 2, verse 11, 10, 11, he said, the one that I said you should hand over to Satan, he said, bring him back and admonish him as a brother, lest Satan takes advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. Now, the tone had changed because he was a father. Now he was angry, but then he said that, rather, I can't throw them away. So he said, rather, bring them back. Let's bring them back. Let's help him so that he will not be drowned by sorrow and shame. And so that Satan will not take advantage of us. So he changed his tone as a father. Now, so let me give you certain things a father does. Who is a father? You see, your father is somebody who is close by to nurture you. Not somebody on a DVD or in a book. Such a person can be your inspirer or a person you admire, but he cannot father you. He cannot father you. He doesn't even know you. You are sitting here saying that Benny is your father. Say, oh, my father Benny. He doesn't know you. He's not your father. So, he's not somebody in a book or on a DVD. That he's somebody under whose teachings you have sat over time. 2 Timothy 2, 1 to 2. 2 Timothy 2, 1 to 2. You therefore, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Christ Jesus. And the things that you have heard from me among many witnesses, commit these to faithful men who will be able to teach others also. So you have heard from me. You have sat down. You have sat down to listen to me. You have heard from me over a period. He's somebody you follow. You know his doctrine, purpose, manner of life, faith, affliction. You know, there are people who, there are levels of relationship. You know, like I shared on Thursday, last week Thursday, I shared on levels of relationship on Facebook, Relationship Thursday. And I used the Jesus model of relationship to explain that when Jesus came, he had the crowd to deal with. That one is there. But then there were 70 people who were disciples. Those that he sent 2 by 2. Then there were 12 apostles. And the 12 apostles, there were 3 amongst them that were closer to Jesus. The one that we call PJJ, Peter, James, and John. Then among the PJJ, one was closest, who was John. So when they were gathered at the upper room, it was only John that Jesus told that, look, the one who will betray me is the one that I will dip the morsel of bread in the wine and I'll give him. He didn't tell all the others. It was only John that he told. So all of them were his disciples, but there were people who were closer. People who were closer. Now, how did they come closer? Do you know that Jesus chose the 12 from the crowd, from the 70, from the disciples? There was a day that he prayed throughout the night. I think in Luke 6, he prayed throughout the night. Then after the all-night prayer, he chose the 12. He chose the 12, including Judas. He chose Judas after the all-night prayer. I believe that's why he had to pray all night. So that he wouldn't miss Judas. So that because Judas is the one who would betray him, so we have to pray so that he will not miss Judas. Then after choosing them, then Peter, James, and John, you realize these three, they were closer to Jesus. Closer in the sense that, even to the extent that Jesus knew their parents, went to their houses. He gave them nicknames. You see, the flow with PJJ was said that he gave them nicknames. He was the one who called Peter Peter. When you read John 1:42, he said he named him Peter. He said it's like saying someone that you are called Obuo. It was a nickname. You are Obuo, stone. Then he called James and John sons of thunder because of how they were very, very explosive. If you joke with them, they will call down fire to come and burn you. They say you are sons of thunder. The born again is sons of thunder. So in our work in ministry, there are always levels of relationship, degrees of closeness. As a leader, there are people that will come closer than other people. Now, it doesn't mean that the other people that are not closer, they are not important. But that is a fact. There's nothing you can do about it. Let's say that, let me use this example. There are people who will come to this ministry, for instance. They will be in the ministry, and as a leader, I may not even know them. I may not know them. I know many people, but I may not even know them by name or something. Okay. But there are some also that I know them by name, know them by their surnames. I know them by whatever. So why is that? Why the difference? The difference is that some came closer, others did not come closer. Are you getting me? Some came closer, others did not come closer. Now, it doesn't mean that those who came closer are better than those who did not come closer. But I'm saying that there are levels of relationship. So you can have fathers who are not so, like I'm using that to explain this DVD and book something. The ones who are closest, who are close by, you can share things with them that you will not share. You are sitting, you are saying that Benny is your father, but you don't even know Benny's schedule. But Benny will not share his personal, unless maybe you see it in a DVD. You can't go to Benny and ask him questions for him to explain to you. You can't do that. So he knows you, or you know him by it's a distance. But there are some who are always with him. They can say that Benny is my father because they have come. They are close. Are you getting me? They are close. So the proximity too is important. Somebody who is not accessible in time of need, you cannot say that this person, oh, is my father. you don't even have his phone number. You don't have his phone number. You can't even talk to him on the phone. How can how can you provide the fatherhood that you are looking for? So the father is somebody whose manner of life you have followed, whose purpose, whose doctrine is a proximity, close by something. Okay. Your father not only teaches you, but he admonishes you on other aspects of life. First Timothy 5:23. First Timothy 5:23. He also advises you on other aspects of life. No longer drink only wine, only water, but use a little wine for your stomach's sake and your frequent infirmities. This is some people's favorite scripture. That even Paul told Timothy, don't drink only water. Use a little wine. A little wine. So Paul was teaching Timothy something about his health that was not even spiritual, like anointing, and he was talking about the stomach. That means that Saul knew that Timothy had a stomach problem. Yes, he knew it because it's a close relationship. He's closer to him, so he knows. And he said, don't only use water, use a little wine for your stomach problem. Your spiritual father loves you and prays for you. 2 Timothy 1:3. He loves you and prays for you. 2 Timothy 1:3. I thank God whom I serve with a pure conscience, as my forefathers did. As without ceasing I remember you in my prayers night and days. Night and day. So Paul said, I remember greatly desiring to see you. Okay. Being mindful of your tears, that I may be filled with joy. He said, I pray for you night and day. Night and day. So your father loves you and prays for you. So as I'm talking about your father does this, and I'm also telling you that this is what you must do for people that you father or mentor. Loves you and prays for you. Your father sacrifices for you. First Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 8. So affectionately longing for you, we were well pleased to impart to you not only the gospel of God, but also our own lives, because you had become dear to us. So he sacrifices for you. People sometimes always want to associate themselves with people in the limelight. You see, when he gets an opportunity to take a picture with Benny Hinn, then you come and put it on Facebook. My father and I. God bless you, daddy. You see, because he wants that prestige that, oh, Benny Hinn is my father. I mean, it's good. Everybody wants Benny Hinn as his father. It's good. But you see, there's a phrase in Psalm 139. David said, you saw my substance being yet unformed. You saw my substance being yet unformed. When I had not been formed, you saw me. That is the person who can qualify, who can say, I'm your father. Or you can say, you are his father, or you are his son. He said, when I had not been formed, you saw me. You saw my substance being yet unformed. It's not when you are formed. And these days too, you know what happens? There are, even in Accra especially, there are people who will come, you know, yes, your eyes saw my substance being yet unformed. I'll talk about that. How, as a father, you spot potential. That's one thing that fathers do. They see potential. Sometimes the father will see something about you have not even seen about yourself. That you can do this. You may think, oh, I can't do it, but you know, oh, you can do it. So you saw so sometimes you see when people see people, they draft them into sonship. You see, father-son relationship. It is not fathers who go looking for sons. It's a relationship. We don't go looking for sons. There are people who go looking for sons. Now, what is happening is that when they see you and they see that maybe there's a quality that they like, maybe you can preach, or maybe you are anointed, or maybe you are serviceable, then they put you and they say, oh, my son. So, son, son, I know people who were pushed by people and they push them with money. Yes, because say, oh, son, like I have to father you. I have to father you. Look, God says I should father you. God can say that. God can say that. There are people that you see, you can tell them, look, you come, follow me. Like Jesus said, follow me. That one is there. It's there. But you don't go about looking for sons. And usually we spot the rich ones. Yes. And we it's the rich ones that we hunt for them as sons. So when the person is a businessman with some money, oh, my son, the businessman, my son. That's that's one point of God. He will always, let's say that you are a businessman, you've come to see him, you came to see him once in his office, then you come to church. Say, where's my son? Yeah, stand up. Yeah, that's my son. He's a businessman, CEO of so and so. That's my son. Yes, yes, stand up. Just the one day meeting you had with him, you have become a son because of money. That's not how it is. See, the thing is, it's a spiritual connection. Spiritual connection. It's not a matter of using your mind and your motive, it's a spiritual connection. So if Benny Hinn is really your father, if he's really your father, then you must have access to him. There are people that he lays hands on. Has he laid hands on you before? There are people that he can call on the phone. Has he called you on the phone before? Do you even know his number? You sit in Ghana and say, my father Benny. There are people also go and take a picture, but then he's praying for them to take a picture of my father. So generally, you see that generally it is sons who look for fathers, because you see the thing is that the son, you will see that you need to be fathered before you will submit. If I call you and I tell you, come and submit to me, be my son by force, it may be that God has shown me. When I went to foster school in 2000, what was that? 2011, and I saw him. Foster came to me. I think I don't know whether you remember. They brought you to me in the service. They brought him to me. He was drunk in the spirit, and they brought him to me in the service. And when he came, I prayed for him and I hugged him. And that was all. But then we went there the following year also. When he finished school, I invited him to come to camp meeting. That was at Peter's, right? When he completed school, I said, come. I said, come to camp meeting. Now I know what the Lord spoke to me. That's why I said, come. If I had not said come, maybe by now he will be in another ministry. He will be in another place, but not this place. Because he was not in this ministry. You see, he was in another ministry. But then, when I said come, then he also realized that this man is my father. So when I said come, he just came. And that's the end of story. Come. You just come. And we go. See, so the thing is that it's generally it's sons who must, but there are situations where fathers can go for sons. But it doesn't have to be like you are using your mind to get, because of what you want to get people who can give money. Today, if you have money, you can get many men of God to endorse you. For some of them will even call you son. If you have money, I'm telling you. There are some who are very disciplined who will not do that. But there are some too, you can buy them with money. So sometimes you see these people, these prophets who are not correct, that you see a genuine man of God. It's like he is the pillar behind them. I said, what is wrong? I said, how can you father this person? Because like you are standing, you are endorsing him. You have said, oh, this is my son. You hold his son, this is my son. Meanwhile, this person, clearly is off. So what then what is in you? So the next point is your spiritual father will not pressurize you to give him money. That's also one thing that we must understand. It is wrong for you to put pressure on those that you lead, your sons, or your followers. Give me money. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that your father cannot make demands, because Paul said that we have rights to have made demands of you. But I'm talking about pressure. Pressure. Your spiritual father can call you and say, look, we have this project, I want you to come and support. If you have money, then you go and support. If not, you don't have money. But it's not a pressure that he should put on you. That, hey, son, the tithe there is not flowing. Cry. Son, you are not sowing. Come. You are not. Now the seed is not coming. What is wrong? When the seed stops, that's when they'll call you. Some of them. When the seed stop coming, that's when they'll call you. I'm here watch you. Who watch it? Who will see that check? Yes, who watch it? Who will see that check? But see, but the relationship should never be about money. Never about money. Never. Because when it comes to 2 Corinthians 12, verse 14, when it's about money, everything will change. Because it's not only the fathers should also sow seed in the lives of the children. For the third time, I'm ready to come to you, and I will not be burdensome to you, for I do not seek yours, but you. For the children ought not to lay out for the parents, but the parents for the children. So as a father, you must not ask yourself, what is my son doing for me? You must ask yourself, how can I help this my son? Because remember, God brought the person to you. Hey, the way you say "oosh," are you saying "oosh" because the thing Or because I was feeling pain. I just I saw it, when he said oosh, I knew that he was thinking about the prophet, not the person. So you see, so like the father son relationship should not be about money. It should be about help. Help, because what is like the money is something that is just like you sowing into your father's life or your leader's life. It shouldn't be a problem for you. Okay. Now, the leader should not expect, the leader should not be expecting to the extent that if you don't bring it, he feels grieved. That is wrong. Are you getting me? That is wrong. So, if, for instance, if let's say um you are leading people, let's say 5 people. I always use five people, lead 5 people. Now, out of the 5, maybe A is somebody who will come and sow a seed. B will not come and sow a seed. You should not say that, B, look at A. Why is A sowing seed and you're not sowing seed? Look at A. Or B, you are a bad son. Or A is a true son, but the B is not a true son, because B does not sow the seed, but A sows the seed. How you get it? Yeah, because the purpose of the relationship is not money. It's not money at all. We have reduced everything to money in the charismatic, world. Everything is money, 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 money. So even this one too is money. That's why we can buy fathers these days. You have money, you can get a father. Somebody went to a man of God and said, Papa, please pray for me. He said, my friend, if you want anointing, bring money. He said it like the man of God said it. I heard it. I was at the meeting and I heard him. He said, somebody came to me and said that, please pray for me. I want the grace on your life. Then he said, you think that's how we get grace? Bring money. I said, do you know how long it has taken me to get this grace on my life? He said, bring money. Then he said, so the guy went, brought money, then he prayed for him. I was surprised that the guy also, like, I don't know what he was looking for, but the two of them were, I was surprised by the two of them. But the guy also went with money and said, pray for me. It's like today, if you don't have money, you can't be anointed. You can't receive grace. You have to bring money first. This is clearly wrong. It's not right. But you see that, even as I'm saying it's wrong, some of you are like, oh, but that's the normal thing. No, it's not a normal thing. See, when Peter said, your money perish with you, Peter said, your money perish with you. Simon was going to sow seed for impartation. Say, man of God, please take this money and pray for me. I want the grace on your life. Pray for me. He said, take your money perish with you. Is that what we do now in our churches? It's the same thing that we do. We buy the grace. But you see, there's nothing wrong when you take money, go to a man of God, as you are led. Say, man of God, the Lord said I should sow this seed in your life. God may not even tell you that when you sow this seed, this is what will happen. Sometimes God will let you know. That I will not let you know, but you just, in obedience, you go and sow that seed. Whatever is behind that instruction, you will receive it. Sometimes he will not even pray for you. I want to sow a seed in a man of God's life. When I sowed the seed, When I gave him the money, he said, "So, what is the prayer? What are we praying about?" I said, "Oh no, no, I just want to sow. I just God said I should sow into your life. I just want to sow." And you know what? Then he he prayed for me, even though I said I didn't come with any motive. He prayed for me, and the prayers that he prayed for me in the dream, it was in the dream that I was instructed to go and sow the seed. And the prayers he prayed for me in the dream, that um, after praying for me in the dream, he said, "Where's the money?" So I went to sow the money. Then he prayed the same prayers for me in the physical, the same prayers he prayed in the dream. I didn't tell him the dream. I didn't tell him that I've come for prayer. I just said I was instructed in the dream to pray for me. I told him that I didn't tell him the prayers he prayed. Okay. I just said in a dream, you prayed for me. Then you said, "Where's the money?" And I had prayed for God to show me where to sow that money. And I took that dream as God's answer. So I've come to sow. So he took the thing, then he said, "So what are we looking at? Well, what is the topic?" I said, "No, I just want to be obedient to God." Then he prayed. Then he prayed the prayers he prayed for me in the dream. So that one, and it's more like I've just gone to sow the seed, that's all. And I believe that there was something that was released in the spirit. There was something, that's what I was about to say when I stopped. That thing, that prayer that he prayed for me, there's something that is on him, you know, that I hear always. And now I've seen it also in me, on me. I've seen it on me most of the time. Rather, it started this year. I sowed the seed in February. So I've seen it. That is real. I was led by God to do that. I had never gone to his meeting before. I had never gone to his church to listen to him before. I had listened to his preaching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times on radio. I had never, and I was not, I didn't follow him, but I was led to go and sow. I went to sow. He didn't ask me for money. He doesn't need my money anyway. I went to sow. You know that sowing is not like you are helping the man of God or you are helping God. Ministry doesn't take donations. Ministry takes people that God has spoken to come and sow. It's not donation, funeral donation. Ministry in sour. No, it's not donation. It's God has spoken to you to. It's for God. God says, "Bring it to me." You have brought it to God. That's why you don't give to ministry and then your eyes are following the money like that. I know somebody, when he gives to your ministry, like, "I want to know what you use that money I gave you for. I want to know it." Okay, so that is it. When money comes in, it becomes a different thing altogether. You see, one thing that we must be cautious of is money and ministry. See, now that I'm talking about it, you see, you may not see it as a big deal, but a time will come when, because of, let me say, because of ministry and because of what God is using you to do, you will come into contact with big money. You may come in contact with big money because of what God is using to do. That is when you know whether money is in your heart or not. Because there are some money that you have to look at it like this. And then as you look at it, you say, "Take it away." You'll be crying, but you say, "Take it away." Because this money, you need it, but you can't take it. Because if you take it, You have disobeyed God. So if it's not settled in your heart that the ministry is not about money, you make a mistake. That the ministry is about money. If you have that mentality, you will make a mistake. Those people are the ones who always cut corners. Those who go for juju and all that, it's not because they want money. So they cut corners. But it's not about money at all. The wrong kind of leadership. These people are people that you should not submit to, or you should not. These are it's not. These are not fathers. Those who impose fatherhood on you, they impose it on you. You are my son by force. Whether you like it or not, you are my son by force. Or, if you don't become my son, you will die. You will never make it. You know, sometimes God can tell you that this person, tell him. I've had 2 occasions where God told me about people. You know, I called them, I said, look, I've seen that you must come to torchbearers. If you don't come, you will not be fruitful anyway. Only 2 occasions. Ever since we started torchbearers, there are only 2 people that God, no, only one. Only one. One was for all for Christ, one was for torchbearers. Why I said, you come to TMI. In fact, when I saw it, when the Lord told me, I didn't tell him. I was praying for him at the camp meeting. That I was praying for him, I saw Idahusa. Then Idahusa said it. He said, take him, nurture him, he's yours. That's what he told me. So when I finished praying for him, I almost told him. I resisted. I said, this thing, we don't just say like that. Then he called me and he said, is there any word that God is speaking to me? Is there any word for me? I said, yes. God says, come and leave where you are. Come here. God, he said, he's for you. He's for you. So come here. And I told him, and when I told him, he just came. But I will never tell anybody like that. I will never tell anybody that. There was another time when I was ministering at the camp meeting, I saw somebody. I saw him. As I was just going, I just saw this logo on his shirt. He was wearing a black t-shirt. So I saw the logo on his t-shirt. It was a vision, but I didn't know it was a vision at first. So as I saw him again, I said, I think they have anything. I said, I saw this logo on your t-shirt. I said that you belong to All for Christ. This, I don't know where you are, but this is where you belong. That one I said it publicly. I said, this is where you belong. Then I prayed for him. And I left him. I didn't pursue him. I didn't call him to ask him, when are you coming? I said you should come when you coming. I didn't call him. So I was there and he called me and said that he's coming. God has spoken to him. He's coming. Because it's a spiritual thing. It's not a physical or mechanical something. It's spiritual. Some relationships are spiritual. They are spiritual. And as the leader of the ministry, if God tells me that and I don't do it, I'm going to answer for it. God knows why he said for somebody, by all means, he should be here. Because he knows that maybe at this point in his life, there are some who must be part of a cry. They are not here yet. A time is coming, they will come. But there are some also who maybe this period of their lives, this is where they must be. And so God will say, tell them to come. So I just want to bring a balance, because this one, somebody will say that you are imposing fatherhood on the person. No, I was not imposing fatherhood on the person. I was telling the person what God told me. And I even didn't just tell the person. I waited for there to be a confirmation of a sort, to know that God has a word for the person. People who bring you under bondage to their demands, they are the wrong kind of leadership or fatherhood. 2 Corinthians 11:20. People who bring you under bondage to their demands, they are not fathers. Don't be afraid of, don't submit to them and all that. For you put up with it if one brings you to bondage, if one divorces you, if one takes from you, if one exalts himself, if one strikes you on the face, if one brings you under bondage, to bondage. To their demands. People who do not submit to authority. 3 John verse 9. 3 John verse 9. They don't submit to authority. I wrote to the church, but Diotrephes, who loves to have preeminence among them, does not receive us. Diotrephes was more like an elder in a church. John wrote this letter to girls. Girls was a member of the church. And John said that I wrote to the church, and Diotrephes, who is the elder, he doesn't receive us. You see, so Diotrephes, couldn't submit to John, but he wanted the people to submit to them. And those who received John, he would drive them out of the church. People who do not show interest in your well-being, but only in your money. 2 Corinthians 11:20, the same. Only in your money. They are wrong fathers. They don't show any interest in your well-being. They don't think about your spiritual growth. They don't think about how well you are doing in the things of God. It's always about what can you do for me? What can you give me? What can you do for me? It's not right. Then people who are unable to fellowship with other believers. They are unable to fellowship with other believers. Everybody is wrong except them. No church is right except the church that he's pastoring. All other churches are wrong. Be careful of such people. If you are in a fellowship which forbids you from having anything to do with any other fellowship or church, be careful. It may be a cult, not a church. Because the thing is that, how can you say that you are a believer and you say that you can't have anything to do with any other ministry? Like you can't go for any program. It's like all the other churches are wrong. It's only this church that is on the right path. That is a cult. For instance, let me balance it. As a spiritual leader, I have responsibility over the flock I lead. I can tell you that this person is not of God. Don't go to this church. Don't go to this place. That one is different. But if I tell you that all other churches they are lost, I have come with the truth. I have come with the truth. So follow me. Don't listen to anybody. If I tell you that, then it's the beginning of a cult. The moment I block you from listening to other people, I'm developing a cult. I will encourage you to listen to me, okay? I will show you why you must listen to me and encourage you to listen to me. But I will not block you from listening to other people, because there are things that you will not get from me, you will get from other people. Are you getting me? Now, what I do is that that's why I love questions and answers, because I know that I am not the only one teaching you. Even though I encourage you to listen to everything I say, I know that you have books you have read, you have messages that you have also listened to, you have people that you have watched on TV. So I open the door for questions, so that when you listen to something, you compare what I'm saying, and you see that there's a discrepancy. You have to ask me. That I heard, like somebody asked me about Boko Haram, the Boko Haram thing, that I said that we should not curse, but one of God was cursing them, and I explained, you know. So that's how it is. But if I say that this ministry, nobody should listen to anybody, nobody should read any book, no, then then I'm beginning a cult. So in that instance, you are not supposed to follow me, because the thing is that I will lead you astray, because I'm leading you to myself. I was in discussion with one man of God before I came, and he was telling me that he is more like a theologian, you know. Then he was saying that he has checked the many churches. I realized that there are some churches that don't have future, because it is built around personalities and around gifts. And he gave me an example, and I was shocked. This one to say yes, because this one in their church, they don't listen to any other person apart from him. Number two, if they see you with a book and the book is not his book, you are branded something something and all that. That's no, but that's then, if that's the case, then that's wrong. I never knew, you know. But what I want to use Bishop Dag as an example. This is what he does. He recommends books that he thinks will help the people to them. So when he's preaching, he mentions Rejoiner, he mentions Kenneth Hagin, he mentions Yonggi Cho, he mentions Fred Price. These are his people, beneath him. So when you go to Dream Bookshop, there are several other books apart from his books. There are several books apart from his books. So every Lighthouse member, you have a right to, when you go there, the books that he has recommended, there are many books, not only his books. That is a balanced way of approaching it. Because if he thinks that it is only his book that they will read, he's making a mistake. And he knows that that's not the case. So he must now recommend. Because even if you want to go into reading, you must be guided. You must be guided. I remember I was teaching JHS. Then I saw a book that one of my students was reading. A book by a man of God I respect very well, and it's Angli. But that particular book, when I saw it, I took it from him. I said, no, don't read this book. It won't help you. Even though I respect Ernest Angley. You know Ernest Angley? You don't know Ernest Angley? Oh, well, then you are not born again. You're all sinners. You are sinners. Anyway, he, like, now I think he has, I don't know whether he has retired, but he's very old. He's an evangelist. He used to come to Africa a lot. He's an evangelist. And he also into deliverance and all that. He wrote a book called The Deceit of Lucifer. Then he wrote another book called Weed weed out the weeds out of Eden, something like that. He has then this particular book, the title was Untying God's Hand. And I realized how I knew why the guy was reading the book. So I just said, no, don't read this book. Even though I know Ernest Anglin is a genuine man of God, and but this book, he shared certain things that are his personal beliefs. Okay, his personal beliefs. He defends masturbation and all that, and other things, other stuff. So when I saw the guy reading the book, well, I had read the book. But see, when I read the book, I was matured enough to separate the bones from the meat. But he's now coming. He will take everything hook, line, and sinker. So I must guide him. So I said, don't read this book. I took the book from him. I said, I'll bring you another book. And I gave him another book. I wanted to give him another book by Ernest Anglin so that he will know that I'm not against Ernest Anglin. But at that time, they didn't have his books. So I gave him another book by Kenneth Copeland, The Force of Faith or something. I gave it to him. So I can tell you that this person is not of God. Whenever I see other Christ people going to places, I go there. I go there to find out. Or when I hear, I heard people bringing certain questions and they were asking certain questions. So I asked Foster, I said, who said this? Then he said, oh, this man of God. So I decided to go to that church and I decided to listen to that man of God. I listened to him on Capital Radio, Angel TV. I followed him for some time. I wanted to know what he's teaching. But I realized that many of our Christ members were going there. This one was in 2015. They were going there to listen to his teaching. And he teaches very controversial things. So I even went to the church one Sunday. At that time, we had not started September, so Sundays I was like, I could go anywhere. So I went to his church one Sunday. I wanted to go and sit down and listen, but when I go to the door, the usher said that. I said, what time are you closing? Because she said, we don't have closing time. When the spirit finishes, then we'll close. I said, okay, then I can't stay. I'm going. I don't know when the spirit will finish because I have something to do. But the reason why I followed up was because I was concerned, because I know that, okay, fine, if you say you are all for Christ member and you are true, you are my responsibility. If you are true. There are some people, they are not true. They came just once to pass through. You see, just to pass through. They are not true. Just to pass through. But if you are true, so I followed up to find out. Then I realized that there were some people here who were at that place. So I decided to call them one after the other to interview them and then to advise them to leave the place. I didn't make it general because of I had not gotten to a certain level, but then I spotted them. I advised them, leave this place, because if you stay there, it won't help you. So I can do that. There are books. I always recommend Kenneth Hagin books. I mentioned these names, Kenneth Hagin. I mentioned all the names I mentioned. If you want to start reading, I always say that start with Kenneth Hagin's books. Read his books. As you read his books, you will get clarity. You will get balance. You get teaching. You get insight. So you form the foundation of truth with which you will judge other materials. So when you read other materials, you can know that this one is out of balance. But if you don't know anything, you are starting, you are just picking materials to read. You can pick a book and read and then you invite certain wrong teachings into your mind. Okay, let me talk about this one then. So I've talked about fathers, attributes of fathers, who is a father. Then I'm talking about who is a son. Who is a son? So 7 attributes of true sons. 7 attributes of true sons. True sons, they cover and defend their father. Genesis 9:20. Genesis 9:20. And Noah began to be a farmer, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and was drunk, and became uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. So Noah was naked in the tent, not in somebody's tent, in his own tent. And so Ham went to see it. When Ham saw it, he could have done 2 things. He could have done either of 2 things. He could have gone for a garment to cover, because Noah didn't know what was happening. He was drunk, to cover him. But he went and invited his brothers to come and look, also to come and look. So in other words, he was helping to spread his father's nakedness. And when Noah came back from his stupor, he cursed Canaan, who was Ham's youngest child. He wanted to curse Ham, but he couldn't curse Ham because he was blessed already by God. So he rather cursed Canaan, Ham's youngest child, and the curse worked. Now, so a true son will not have an intention of bringing disgrace to his father. A true son, you will not have an intention of bringing this, because you see, fathers always cover their children. So a true son will cover their father, will protect and defend his father. You see, when you see that somebody or something is about to happen to your father, or somebody is about going to attack your father, you go to his defense. Is that not it? Yeah. That's the true son. He has the father's interest at heart. That's why Bible says that children are like arrows in the quiver of a young man. He said they will speak with the enemies in the gates. Why? Because they have the backing of their children. When you see old men who have children, when you wrong them, say, wait, my son will come out because he cannot fight, but the son can fight. So the son will come and take the woman flu, go and fight. Do you know that the giant that killed that wanted to kill the giant that was threatening Israel, David killed. But the giant that was to kill David, it was one of his sons who killed the giant. In 2 Samuel chapter 21, verse 15, you will see that one of David's men killed the giant that would have killed David. So David, the giant slayer, also had a giant coming to kill him in his old age. But the people that he had raised killed the giant. When the Philistines were at war again with Israel, David and his servants with him went down and fought against the Philistines. And David grew faint. And Ishbi-Benob, who was one of the sons of the giants, the weight of whose bronze spear was 300 shekels, who was bearing a new sword, thought he could kill David. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, came to his aid and struck the Philistine and killed him. Then the men of David swore to him, saying, "You shall go out no more with us to battle, lest you quench the lamp of Israel." That is a true son. He was interested in the father's welfare to the extent that he said that, don't go to battle again, because if you die, you have quenched the light of the lamp of Israel. Because David was the lamp of Israel. Do you know why? Because he was the leader of Israel. That's why if you are a true son, you will not wish that your father will fail or die. It is Absalom's sons who want their fathers to die. Absalom's sons, they went, even when their fathers are on the throne, they are trying to kick them out. But true sons, they cover and defend their fathers. They stand with them. Because you see, the thing is that to stand with somebody means a lot. Because a father will stand with you through thick and thin, no matter what. A father will never abandon you. He will stand with you. So if you two are a true son, you will stand with the father. When people are talking about him, people are criticizing him, people are lambasting him, people are doing this and all that, no. You will defend your father. You will not join in the chorus to crucify him. You will defend him if you are a true son. I'm not talking about blind loyalty. I'm talking about balanced loyalty. You have to defend your father, your mother. Defend them. Don't be the one who is rather going to find out certain things and then go. For instance, let's say that, let me use some examples that have taken place, so that you understand. Let's say that the Pastor Chris had a divorce. Okay. Now, there are people outside who are not close to him, who know nothing about the divorce. Why it came, the relationship between him and his wife, they didn't know. These are things in his tent. Now, there are people around him who are his sons. They will not go out and be exposed and be trying to add to what is already out there, which is false anyway. But if he's a bad son, he would rather be pouring petrol on it, on those negative rumors, because he doesn't have his interest at heart. But I've watched his people. They have stood with him, because this is his vulnerable moment that he needs love and encouragement, not criticism. But you see the ones who are like, yeah, now yours has come. You have divorced your wife. We will make sure that we blow air into it. We blow air into it. When I divorced my wife, you were talking. Now I'll blow air into yours. So, do you want to see your father's nakedness? Do you want to see your father's nakedness? Yeah. Ham wanted to see his father's nakedness. But Japheth and Shem said, I will not see my father's nakedness. There are some people, whatever you tell me about them, I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Unless it is like I know. If you can't really tell, because I've heard many things about some people, some men of God that I really respect. I've heard some of them, I've heard some bad things about them. I don't believe them. It's as simple as that. Unless I know that this thing is true. Because the moment I believe it, it affects my relationship with them. If God shows me, that one is different. That one I will withdraw. If God shows me, I will withdraw. That this person withdraw out. But if it like some of these rumors that are going on, I close my ears to those things. One man of God told me something about somebody. So when he said the first one, I said, please, it's okay. It's okay. I don't think we should discuss this. Let's not go there. I don't want to know the details. Because I want to see his nakedness. Are you getting me? Yeah. But the thing is that if, let's say, you are submitting to somebody, this is what I'm talking about, a thing that is clear. Not rumors. Don't follow rumors. The truth is clear. Then you can take a decision. But with a rumor, people can say things. Let me tell you, people can say things that look like the truth, but it's not the truth. Somebody will say, I was there. I saw him burying sheep. I saw. He has not seen anything. That's why we always have to rely on what God has said, God has spoken to you personally. Because if you are following what people are saying, rumors, you can make a mistake. So there's a place for spiritual investigation. So somebody will tell me that I saw this about this man. I said, okay, keep it to yourself. God is showing you something. God is showing you something. Keep it to yourself. If I were to tell you the dreams I've had about certain people, you will open your mouth. But I will never tell you. If I will tell you the things that certain people have told me personally, but I will never tell you. These things I don't even tell my wife. I hear things about certain men of God. Bad things. I don't tell my wife. I keep them in my heart. I don't tell anybody. Unless it is clear that this person is, I have to warn somebody against this person, then that one. But I will not go about telling, because the one who is in your line, we have something called spiritual heritage. That one, you have to be very careful. If God shows you that this person is in your spiritual heritage, then you have to, because you are connected. You have to be careful what you say about that person. And I'm not talking about, let's say somebody is clearly wrong. There's an issue of a doctrine. Fine, but that one, we use the Bible to teach, the Bible to correct wrong things. Somebody can be divorced. Then the Bible says, I hate divorce. Fine. It's true. But if the person is in your line of heritage, your line, you are not the one who should take that burden on yourself to be broadcasting about the divorce or to be spreading other stories about the divorce. Let people say it and keep quiet. That's all. Don't go and say, divorce, it's in the Bible, divorce. He's divorced and what he did and what he did. then you are not in, you are just, then, okay, then just leave, you know, that's all. When you see that a man of God is drunk, and when I say drunk, I'm talking about, figuratively, because this one is physical, but I'm talking about figuratively drunk. There are certain times you are not the one to say it. You are not the one to say it. Because you are not the one to be pointing it out and to be, no. There are people who must say it. The best you can do is to pray. Pray. If you pray for the person and you love the person, you will never hope to hear some of these things about the person. But if you don't pray for the person and you are like, oh, me, no, this one, no, it's just something you heard. It's something you heard. You see, if I'm drinking from your fountain and I know, not that I've heard, I know that you are living in immorality, I will stop drinking. But I will not be broadcasting it. I will stop drinking from your fountain. I will stop. I'll stop. All the men of God that I so much respect, that are like, I know they're my heritage and all that. If I know, for that one, if I know, I'll stop. If I'm in a ministry and I see that the leader of the ministry, the one who is the torch bearer, the leader of the ministry, if I see that the leader of the ministry is on a certain path that is clearly wrong, I will leave. Like, no, me, I'm not in like, I'm talking about if I were in a ministry and I saw that, I will leave. But you know how I will leave? Silently. I'll go. I'm not the one to be doing, do you know this? And you know, no, I'll just leave. Because I will not benefit from, I'll leave. But I'm not a CNN carrier of negative news. So you can't get me to carry negative news. Always, sometimes my wife tells me that I don't tell certain things. I don't tell negative news. So she will say, you didn't tell me. I said, I'm not CNN. I don't carry negative news. Once there's something positive, then I'll be the first person to tell you. You see, these people who crucify fathers, they are looking out for bad things about the fathers so that they can say. But the good things about them, they will not say. When they see good, they say, oh, why, it's normal. When they see bad things, hey! The second thing is they pray for their fathers. They pray for their fathers. Okay. Bible says, let your head lack no ointment. Let your head lack no ointment. Let not your head lack ointment. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 8. So you have to pray for your fathers, that God should always anoint them. God should always anoint them. If God anoints them, you benefit. You are the one who benefits, because it flows from the head of Aaron down to his beard, then to the hem of his garment. So if Aaron's head receives the oil, it flows. There are certain impartations that I have received that I know that it was for the ministry, not myself. I've received several impartations, several needles, injections of grace into my system. And I know that this one, it is to the ministry. Because God sees the person as the ministry. I told you Jacob and Israel. So it happens sometimes. So that impartation, that you see that is flowing. It flows just like that. It's not about the person, but about the position. The position and what it stands for in the spirit. They serve with their father. They serve with their father. Philippians chapter 2, verse 19 to 21. 19 to 22. But I trust in the Lord to send Timothy to you shortly, that I also may be encouraged when I know your state. For I have no one like-minded who will sincerely care for your state. For all seek their own, not the things which are of Christ Jesus. But you know his proven character, that as a son with his father, he served with me in the gospel. So they serve with their father in the gospel. Do you feel that they are partakers of the same grace? Partakers of the same grace. Fellow yokemen. You see, Paul called Timothy son, but he also called him a brother. Our brother Timothy. You see, he said, Timothy, my son. But elsewhere, he said, our brother Timothy. Then he called him a fellow worker, fellow soldier. Because they were all partakers of the same grace. True sons can be sent. They can be sent. You see, Timothy was somebody Paul usually sent. There are many scriptures where Paul sent Timothy. This Philippians 2 verse 19 is one. 1 Thessalonians chapter 3 verse 1 to 2. You can talk of 1 Corinthians 16:10. Acts chapter 20 verse 4. Paul sent people, especially Timothy. He sent him. He used to send Timothy to a lot of places. Go and check up on these things for me. Therefore, when we could no longer endure it, we thought it good to be left in Athens alone, and sent Timothy, our brother and minister of God, and our fellow laborer in the gospel of Christ, to establish you and encourage you concerning your faith. You see that here he's calling Timothy his brother, because they were brothers. They were fellow workers in the vineyard of God. But he was still his son. But he was also a brother. Okay. They have his interest at heart. They have his interest at heart. Sometimes people mistake, somebody can be your teacher, not necessarily your father. You can receive teachings from somebody, but the person may not be your father. Because for teaching, there are teachers. Your father will teach you, but teaching is not only your father who can teach you. But he says, Timothy has my interest at heart. He said, nobody will sincerely care for you as I will do, apart from Timothy. So when the sheep that Paul was leading, Timothy's heart was also with it. What Paul was doing he also had his best interest at heart. So if, let's say that you are in a church and you say, or a ministry, and you say that your pastor is your father, you don't do anything in the ministry, you are lying. He's not your father, he's your teacher. Because the thing is that if he's your father, you will serve with him in the ministry. You will serve with him in the ministry. And you also have his interest at heart. Okay. They sow into his life. Galatians 6:6. The Galatians 6 principle and the 9:11 principle. 9:11 principle is 1 Corinthians 9:11. These two scriptures. Let him who is taught the word share in all good things with him who teaches. Communicate in all good things with him who teaches. He who is taught the word, let him share. That is actually the if you like, the meaning of seed sowing, even tithing. You sow into where your mouth is. That's what it is. You empty your pocket into where your mouth is. Where you feed from, that's where you sow. That's where your tithe goes, where you feed from, your storehouse, where you feed from. Then 1 Corinthians 9:11. If we have sown spiritual things for you, is it a great thing if we reap your material things? So 9:11 principle. If they sow spiritual things into your life, they must reap material things also from your life. It's a principle. I went to preach for somebody who is a son in his church. And when I went to preach for him in his church, he took the microphone. Actually, as I was going, I was just going to preach for him, just going to do the program, then pray for him and pray for the church and all that. It was not like an invitation where you go, like they invited you go and preach, then they give you an room. So I was not going. I even went there to spend money there. So as I was closing, then he took the microphone and he said, God says we should sow into my father's life. So as many as will come, we have to sow into my father's life. God spoke to me that we should sow into my father's life. So they all came and lined up there, just some few people, about 10 people. Then he said that those of you who don't have the money here, you can send mobile money so that we'll get it and then we'll send it to him. And so he did all that. And then I left. So when I left, one day I called him and I said, where is the money that you said God said you should sow? Where is it? And he was quite surprised. Because the thing is that I had gone to spend a lot of money in that church. I had given a lot of money to him in that church. So he knew that I was not looking for money at all. And do you know the amount that was coming? 130 cedis. Yes. Because it's a small church and people don't have money. So I said, where is the money that you said God said you should sow into my life? People should sow. And he said that they should send mobile money. Then he said, oh, some have sent. Others, I said, send it now. I'm waiting. Send the money now. It's 130 cedis. That money, I can't even buy fuel. The fuel I bought to even go to that place, that far place, that money cannot even buy. I said, send the money now. So he sent the money. Then later on, I called him. I said, do you know what I'm doing? I'm teaching you something. You don't just say God said. If God said you sow the money into my life, there's a reason why God said that. If you don't do that, you are blocking their blessing. Because as I've come there, I've come with everything that also follows me. And so God says, sow. I should let them sow. If you said it, I didn't demand money from you. I didn't say give. If I had just, you are just, say, I just preach and then after that I go. I have no problem. I've done that many times, many times when I've preached. After I just go. There are times that I go to preach. I go to preach. After preaching, I just sit in my car and I just go. I'm just going. If you stop me and give me something, I will just take it. If not, I'm on my way. I'm just going. Because I didn't go there to preach because of money. Are you getting me? But if you give the money, I will collect it because it's a spiritual principle. That if I've ministered spiritual things to you, you must minister material things to me. It's a principle. So he was like, oh, this man here, daddy there, he doesn't need this money, he doesn't. I told you that I'm not asking for the money because I need the money, but because I want us to respect spiritual protocol and spiritual things. When you say God says, you will get my attention. Because I don't just say God says. Usually, for most of the things I will say, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like. Or not leave on my heart. But if you say God says, it should be God says. You should do it. Like this last December, I said that come and sow seed. I've never done that before, ever in my life, to say, come and sow a seed in my life. I've never done that before. And perhaps I will never do that again. I don't know. But if God instructs me, I will do it. And I'm not shy about it. And the money, I will take it. Are you getting me? Yeah, we have to respect principles of scripture. It's a principle that if somebody has ministered spiritual things, minister material things to the person, it's a principle. I took money to one man of God and I wrote Galatians 6:6 and I gave it to him. And I just left. Galatians 6:6, I gave it to him and I left. Because I've benefited from his teaching. So when I had that opportunity, I said, I met one man of God in a restaurant on my way to Kumasi. And he was trying to disguise himself. He was wearing a hat. And he had covered half of his forehead. So if you don't take care, you won't see his face. But as I was eating, I was watching him. I said, is this not? So when I finished eating, I went to him. I said, oh, hello, sir. Is that are you Apostle? Yeah. Yes. I said, oh, thank you. Thank God bless you. I've been seeing I've been listening to you, and sometimes I even watch you. And oh, God bless you. God bless you. So I went into my car and I took money, put in an envelope, and I came back. I said, sir, this is something. Because it's an opportunity. Maybe I will never meet him again. And God knows why he also came to eat in the same restaurant. The money that was in my car, it had something doing in Kumasi here. But I had to quickly change it. I said, no, this one is more important. Let me go and give. I sowed the money into his life. He just looked at me and he thought that maybe I was, let's say, like a believer who is looking for something, like I have a need and I want God to do something for me, and like so he said, oh, give me your number. Then I gave me my number, and he said that I'll be praying for you, whatever the need is. I'll be praying for you. Whenever I come to Kumasi, I'll call you to meet me. Then we can talk and date and that. So he called me once. They said, I was just calling to check on you. How are you? How is business? So now I told that he said, you said you are a businessman. I said, yes. I said, I'm also a pastor. He said, oh, really? I said, yes, I'm a pastor. He said, what's your church? And I said, oh, this, I mentioned the name of the church and all that. He said, okay. You know, when he comes to Kumasi, he will come and look for me so that we'll talk. It's a principle that we learn. In the olden days, when someone was going to a place, the people will meet him. They will just meet him. We must learn that habit of taking a seed to go and sow in a man of God's life. Not when the man of God says, bring seed. No, I mean, when you see the things of God, it's conviction. So you see somebody and you are convinced that sow money into the person's life. You have to do it. People think that they want to sow money into certain people's lives. Because they think that if I can only sow seed into Benihin's life, the way I will break through, or the way I will get anointing. If God has not told you to do that, you are wasting your time, your money. Because the thing is that you must be convinced in your heart. So true sons, they sow into his life. Then they take instructions. One of the ways to see people who are really submitted is to give instructions. You always see, when you give instructions, you will see people who are not really submitted to you. You see people who are not really committed to, instructions, they reveal a lot of things. Instructions. Because if you are a true son, you will love to carry out instructions of your father. When your father gives instructions, you will carry them out. You will not be like, we were not the one to instruct me. Let's talk about 7 types of bad sons. 7 types bad sons. The harm type. The harm type. Who take delight in spreading negative news about their father. They are the harm type. They are bad sons. When I say sons, it's sons and daughters, not only sons. I've already explained that. Okay. The Gehazi type. The Gehazi type, they are covetous people. They are covetous. Let me tell you something. When God gives you the opportunity to get close to anybody, never try to put your eyes into certain things. For instance, you have an opportunity to visit a man of God. Let me use an example like Benihin, because I know that Benihin, we have mentioned his name many times today. Now, you get close to Benihin. You were not close before. Okay. Now you get close to Benihin. Then you see that Benihin spends $1 million every 5 days in ministry. $1 million every 5 days. TV, radio, internet, traveling here and there, crusades. Every 5 days, $1 million. Maybe you see the suit that Benihin, where he buys his suit. Listen, where he buys his suit. Then you are like, oh, we said it. It's just wasting money. You can get this at Abuloshi. You can get this suit at Abuloshi for 30 cities. Why you will buy a suit for $1,000? It's too much. It's too much. The way the man is spending money is too much. There are people who need money, people who are in need. Is it your money? It's his pocket money. So the Gehazi type, there are people who are covetous. You see, Elisha and Gehazi, they had been there for a long time, and Naaman came. Now Elisha said, I won't accept the things that Naaman has brought. Gehazi said, Master, now that our star has appeared, you have left this man for him to go. As surely as God lives, I'll go after him. He used his master's name to lie and to cheat and to steal from Naaman. That's the Gehazi type. We should not have that mentality. It's like this. When you are an employer and you have employees, now the Bible says that you should give the employees what is just and equal. So as an employer, you must make sure that the employees, they are paid what is their due. But if you are an employee and you are paid your just and equal wage, don't go and put your eyes in your employer's money. There are some employees like that. When they see that the employer has bought a new car, they will start doing Meanwhile, your money is what has been given to you. What's your problem? You are not the owner of the business. You are coming to work and we've paid you. We should understand certain things. Why should you be worried about how your employer is using his money? I went somewhere with somebody, and when we got to the place, then he said, "Oh, whether this one, this one, no, this one there, oh, it's a waste of money. Oh, I can do it. So why do you have to take these things here?" That was the end. I never went with him to that place again. I made up my mind that I will never. If he's with me, I will make sure that I don't go to that place, because I don't want to give him problems. I don't want to give him to be a stumbling block to him. There are times when you even have to change the way you do things so that people can be comfortable. Because there are some people, no matter what you give them, they will still try to look into what you have. If you go to somebody's house and you see that he has a dog, like my brother, the one who's after me, he breeds dogs. Now he buys chicken for the dogs. He spends a lot of money on the dogs. So if you go and you see that he has bought chicken, a whole pack, and he's going to cook for the dogs, then you are saying that he's wasting money. But if he sells one dog, he can sell one dog for 7,000 cedis. Yes, one dog, 7,000 cedis. Even puppy, 2,500, 3,000. If you do one crossing, you will pay like 1,000 cedis. 1,500, one crossing to bring your male dog to commit fornication with it. one fornication, 1,006. One day, one factory. You. So when you come and you see that he's spending money on the dogs, don't be too quick to say that he's wasting money. That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, you say, how can you buy chicken for? These dogs are not ordinary dogs. They are what they call foreign dogs. That's what they eat. And if you want to buy that dog, then you must prepare to feed it well. You can't just give it kinky and fish. No, you must feed the dog well. So there are people who can afford such dogs. Not everybody. You don't have to go and buy that. Nobody has said you should go and buy that dog. You can buy those ordinary dogs and call them and Sunyamiye and and Sunyamiye poor no friend and all that, peace and tiger. You can call them those things, but some of his dogs. That one I've told him to stop it. Some of his dogs, he called them by human names. The dogs, he called them by human names. Then one day he told me the name of a dog. I said I will slap you. He said the dog is called Jojo. he said yeah, I bought a new dog. His name is Jojo. So that's what I'm saying. So let's not become like Gehazi. You understand? Accept that there are levels in life. Somebody was criticizing Pastor Chris. That Pastor Chris lives a flamboyant lifestyle. He lives in affluence and all that. Then Pastor Chris said that. He said, the money I give towards the things of God. He said, what you see me use on myself, and you say is affluent, is just a tiny fraction of what I give away. Just a tiny fraction of what I give away. People criticize men of God who are rich because they think that they must bring the money and give out the money to the poor. But do you know how many poor people have benefited from his riches? So maybe the little that is left that he is using is even greater than what you have in your whole savings. So you can criticize and say that, look at his way. You don't have to criticize somebody if you don't know how much he's giving. How much he's giving. It's like somebody wrote an article said that when a pastor shouldn't have any joy, shouldn't have anything. The pastor should always be begging people for money, should be at the mercy of the congregation, moving from house to house, eating from house to house. He said, no, people like it to be so. And that's what people mean by he's humble. Oh, he's humble. Why? Oh, the way he dresses. Is that humility? I mean, somebody was saying that, me, I'm simple. I'm not proud. That's why I don't put on suit and tie. I said, oh, so because a t-shirt can be more expensive than suit and tie. One t-shirt. So if you don't put on suit and tie, but you're wearing one t-shirt that can buy 2 jackets, and you say because of suit and tie you are humble, that's not what defines humility. Everybody and his taste. Me, if you want me to wear suit and tie, it will be very difficult. Very, very difficult. There was a time when I used to wear tie. Every Sunday I wear tie. When I was teaching children, every Sunday I will be in tie. Now, for a long time now, I just love African wear. All my things, they are African wear. All the things I wear, African wear. Didn't start now. From 2003 or so, 2002, to the extent that even in our church, people called me names. One woman told my mother that, tell your son to stop wearing these things. He looks like a grown-up. These things they are for people who have gone on retirement, and he's always wearing this Africa, this. I used to buy materials, then I would go and they will sew for me. African wear, and I'll just wear it. The reason why I used to do that was that, you see, I moved about a lot. Even on Sundays, I will be moving about, I'll be carrying things and all that. I realized that I need to be free. So I need something that is straight. I just go and come. If you are going to do deliverance and wearing a tie. When the person is manifested, he gets with the tie. He's squeezing your neck. The Absalom type of sons, they are also bad sons. They undermine the father's authority. You see, they think they can do better on the throne. 2 Samuel 15, verse 5. Absalom will meet somebody and will say, "Why are you going to see the king?" Then the person will tell him of his mission. Then he will say, you have a fine case. This thing, yeah, but I don't know. Well, if it were me, I would do this or that. But you see, I'm not a king, so I can't do much. But your case is simple. This one, the king should have done this or that or that. That is a bad son. A bad son. He's undermined the authority of his father. If you go and let's say that your father has prayed for somebody, and he called the person, how did he pray for you? He said, "Oh, he just said, be healed." He should have resolved spiritual conflicts. Yeah, he should have done that, but you should have. You are trying to undermine the authority of your father. Trying to say that you can do it better. You know there are people like that. Yeah, who even think they are more anointed than their fathers. Oh yes, it's true. People think they are more anointed than their fathers. But really, they don't even understand what is anointing. That's the Absalom type. Then we have the prodigal son type. Sons who take a journey into a far country. Luke 15:13. They take a journey into a far country. So they always see greener pastures outside where they are with their father. I was talking to somebody who is the direct assistant of a man of God in Accra, a very prominent man of God, big church, and he's now the resident pastor of the headquarters. And I went with somebody and we were talking. Then he said, "Oh, so where were you? I didn't see you at this program. When Bishop was, I didn't see you." He said, "Oh, at that time I was at this place. I was at this place. And another one of you was doing a program at the same time, and he was at that program." See, then when we're coming, the guy I went with said that, "Did you notice anything about this one?" I said, "Yes." I said, "It looks like he doesn't really belong to Bishop this way and so, because he's seen greener pastures somewhere." You go, how can you say you are a resident pastor and your bishop is doing a program in the church, that you are sitting in somebody's program, not preaching, sitting in somebody's program? It's wrong. It's wrong. But you see, you will meet fathers who will not be so hard or strict. This one, if it's Bishop Dag, he will call you and say, "Hey, look, you can't do that." Bishop Dag, he will tell you, leave this place. You can't. If I'm preaching, if he is preaching, and you are a pastor, and you don't take notes, he will walk you out. My time is up. Okay. Okay. He'll walk you out. But see, this guy, his father was more like the type that is not like that. Like he's not too strict, and he's like he doesn't really exercise that much control. There are types of fathers. Some people, the Bishop Life, for instance, he will tell you what he wants. You cannot be confused around him. That is how he is. You cannot be confused around him. He will tell you that if he sees that everybody is laughing and you're not laughing, yes, to him it's a sign of disloyalty. It means that you have some evil. Yes. So you watch his program. You see his pastors, so that they show all their teeth. they yes they because if everybody is laughing at letter, you are not laughing. You are just looking at him like that. So it's a rule that you must make notes. Even if you don't just make notes. Laugh when everybody is laughing. But not everybody will do that. You see, so some people you can just say, oh, you are this person is my father, and you are serving the church. It's like you are in ministry. Not that you are just a member, you are serving in the church. Let's say you have something doing in the ministry. The Judas type. So the journey into a far country, they don't have the Father's purpose at heart. The Judas type are those who are traitors. They are those who can open the door for armed robbers to come in, who can give information about their fathers to outside to evil people. Then the Demas type. The Demas type are those who forsake you in times of need. They forsake you, the Demas type. Jesus Christ said, "You have continued with me in my troubles, and therefore I appoint for you a kingdom. And I tell that you will sit upon the thrones of Israel and judge the 12 tribes of Israel." But if you forsake him, it means that you are like Demas. Demas has forsaken me, having loved the present world. He has forsaken me. There's somebody who was with his father, and the person told the father that now God has called me to go somewhere else. And he said, "Where has God called you to go?" He said, "God has spoken to me to do something, different from what you are doing," and all that. The father said, "Okay." Then the father said, "Okay, you can go." The next week, he was a branch pastor for another church. The next week. So the father found out that this other pastor came and asked him how much salary he was taking. And this other pastor had come from abroad. He wanted to settle in Ghana here. A popular person, you know him. And he asked the man, "How much are you paid?" Then he mentioned the amount. He said, "I'll give you double of it. Come and pastor my church. I want to have more branches." So he took him, gave him the branch. I know churches where somebody met somebody who is in this ministry, and the person said that, "I'll give you a branch." I said, let me give you a branch. I'll give you a branch and I'll give you instruments and I'll give you an auditorium. I'll give you so much. And that person is a big ministry in Accra, a big like church. And so it wasn't the person himself who met this person, but it was somebody who was in the church who met this person in this ministry and said, let me take you to Bishop. Bishop will just open a branch for you. When I take you to him right now, he'll open a branch for you and give you money and give you instruments and everything. Now, you see that, but this person I'm talking about, he didn't answer that call. He told her, no, I'm serving someone. He said, why are you serving? He said, oh, a youth ministry, all for Christ. He says, why are you doing that to yourself? Come here, I'll give you money, I'll pay you this. Why are you wasting your time with a youth ministry? Well, how much can they give you? They don't even give you anything. You are wasting your time. So he said, no, I don't think I can do that. I don't want to do that. That's not what I feel that God said I should do. This one is just, you are just trying to pull me with money. So I told him that, well, I think it is good that you didn't do that. It's good that you were able to stand, because I know people who have taken people away from their ministries and frustrated them. I know somebody who took somebody to Koforidua, frustrated him. At the end of the day, he also sacked him. So we don't pluck fruits. We grow. We don't pluck branches of a tree and attach to another tree. We grow into branches. So we don't just say that, come with certificates and let me give you a branch. Or where's your certificate? I'll make you a pastor in the ministry. No, you have to grow into it. So if you grow into it, you grow. And personally, I do things with conviction. I do things, whatever I do it with conviction. If my heart is not in it, I will not do it. If it's not something that I really, I will not just, there are many things we could have done as a ministry that we are not doing. Because I know what the direction is. I know what the heart is. There are many things that we could have done that we are not doing. Why are we here? We are doing ministers retreat. This is equipping. We are equipping people, teaching people, building people. That's what we are doing here. That's not the focus of some people also. They also have different focus. But this is what we are doing. We are reaching, discipling, equipping, and releasing. So if what God has called you to do falls in line with this one, then you have to stay and grow into it and then be released. Otherwise, you will realize that you will be like an appendage. Let's say a branch that has been taken from the tree and attached to another tree. So the Diotrophis type, they love to have preeminence among people. Diotrophis. What trophy? Diotrophis. Yes, we will be an trophy. Diotrophis. 3 John verse 9. What I have here is, okay, yeah, Diotrephes. Diotrophis. He is the one who is like, he doesn't submit, and then he also convinces people not to submit. So when, let's say, your father gives instructions, then he gives counter instructions. I remember once I had a dream and I was preaching in a crusade. Then there was somebody who was standing in the middle of the people who was okay. When I speak, then he will interpret to the people. So, not knowing that as I was speaking, he was giving the wrong interpretation to the people. So when I say something, the people here are doing this, then those here they are doing this. Entirely different. There's a lot of miscommunication. That is like a geotrophist. They give counter instructions. They want to form, let's say, a church within the church. Okay. I think we'll end here. I'm having some challenges, so let me go and attend to the challenges. So you two go and attend to your challenges. I think well, I want us to close by 3. Yeah. So let's pray. Father, we thank you for this session. We pray that you'll be with us in all the other sessions. In Jesus' name. Amen.